6:30 p.m. We'll now call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. And if Marilyn, you could please call the roll.
Sure. Member Dillon?
Here.
Member Kelly?
Here.
Member Thomas?
Here.
Member Aubert?
Here.
Member Vita Daniels?
Here.
Member Gretsch?
Here.
Member Swinehart?
Here.
Thank you. Normally we would have a public comment section for agenda-related items. Do we have any, Marilyn, tonight for agenda-related?
No, we'll have one for at the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everybody too for coming tonight. I think we should get started. We've got a pretty packed packet, for lack of a better word, and we have a lot of information to discuss tonight. So first line item under new business is the screening testing contract. Ms. Owens, please.
Thank you so much. I wanted to provide some information. Obviously, in the packet, there was a bit of information about the screening testing that we are considering for Lyons Township High School. Back in June, I began working with our health office as well as some of our building team members to start working with Shield, Illinois, who had developed its screening testing program for schools. At the time, the screening testing program that they were recommending did come with a cost to districts who are considered Tier 3 and Tier 4 districts. LT is considered a Tier 4 district, meaning that we are able to fund education at a higher rate than some of our Tier 1 and Tier 2 schools are. And so there was a cost related, and we were trying to figure out what that cost would look like for LT, as well as what would the benefit of screening testing be with guidance changing throughout the course of the summer. We did engage with Shield testing, signing up for informational meetings. Our nurses were involved in that process to get all the information to weigh out the options and to determine what would be the best level of service for our community, our students, and our staff. We did sign a contract with Shield. We brought that to the board. That was approved. We signed a contract and we were assigned a collection partner, meaning that would be a third party that would come into LT to complete the testing, provide us with results, and work with us to make sure we could get testing done in a timely fashion and results. Shield testing in the middle of that was made free to every district, and obviously that increased the number of districts that were interested in using screening testing. Also, along with the changing guidance to schools in terms of different protocols for keeping kids in school, there was a lot more interest in the Shield testing than they had previously expected. And so the exponential growth of interest did not, they were not able to keep up. So once we had signed our contract and were assigned the collection partner, which was Visit Healthcare, we met as a building team with our collection partner, had everything set up that they would be able to be in our building up to 5 days a week to test students. They would be able to test students who were demonstrating symptoms so that they could return to school if they received a negative test. Right in October, as we were gearing up to upload all of our information and work through the Shield onboarding process, we were assigned a different collection partner called Pivot Healthcare. And so the same team of individuals met with Pivot Healthcare to walk through what that would look like, the onboarding process, and so on. And they, at that point, told us that they would only be able to be in our school for probably a half a day a week, and that they would not be able to collect, or they would not be able to test students who are symptomatic. And so that greatly diminished the benefit of that program to our school community, because a huge reason, or a big reason, to be doing screening testing is to keep kids in school. And if we don't have them here to test students who are having symptoms, then it doesn't really help us keep students in school. So we looked at other options. I know Dr. Waterman had been in touch with other superintendents to see what other schools were using. I was reaching out to other schools, and North Shore Clinical Labs was a name that was given to us. So I did an introductory meeting with the head of North Shore, and he provided us with information about how they could support us. So they are able to test within our building up to 5 days of the week. They are able to test symptomatic individuals. It is a lab-based PCR, so if a student was symptomatic, took the test, as soon as we get a negative test result back, that student is able to then return to school. So we do feel like that supports our goal of having students in school, and also supports our community of providing the testing right here on site and allowing students to return a lot faster than they would be able to otherwise. So our recommendation would be to switch and use North Shore Clinical Labs to provide that screening testing. Currently in the state of Illinois, or in Cook County I should say, the health department requires that for any test to stay protocol or keeping kids in school through testing, you have to have a screening testing program in place within your school. So having either Shield or North Shore within our building doing screening testing kind of opens up other possibilities for us to keep kids in school as much as possible. So that's really the overarching rationale for why we want screening testing. It also helps us monitor our local transmission, and it also is very useful in the event that there would be any kind of outbreak within the school, because we'd be able to test quickly and get that under control. So those are all the kind of big reasons for why we want to do that. But again, looking at the two options of Shield testing versus North Shore, Shield really does not provide us the service we need at this time, where North Shore can. So any questions specific to that change?
Not specific to the change, Leslie, but thank you for doing all this. I agree with you. I think that it's super important to consider and explore any avenues that will help us keep our kids safe and keep our kids in school, and not, if they can get back in school and not have to quarantine those longer days, that's fantastic. How, if they're here up to 5 days, you said? Mm-hmm. And a student does get tested, then they would go home and wait until then, what's the test turnaround?
The turnaround is usually 24 hours. That's their goal, is to return tests. They've returned tests as early, based on the other schools' information, they've returned tests as quickly as 12 hours, sometimes as long as 48. It really depends, I think, on the volume per day. But it sounds like, they strive for that 24-hour turnaround. So for most students, if they were to test, they would get that result, and then they'd be able to come back within maybe missing one school day.
That's great. And what about if it happens like for the 1, 3, 5, and 7 over the weekend?
So the test to stay becomes a little difficult to manage in terms of that schedule of having to test on 1, 3, 5, and 7. So just to be clear, the test to stay protocol is really specific to exposures that happen within a classroom setting only, and it is really more for that exposure asymptomatic student than it is for a symptomatic student. So a symptomatic student would present, to the health office, or present and say, I'm not feeling well in some way, shape, or form. We can test right away. They have to go home waiting for the results. The asymptomatic classroom exposure, that's when you have to do that strict 1, 3, 5, and 7. And there's certainly some concern about how we could manage that over a weekend, when inevitably one of those days at least is going to fall on a weekend, and we need to be able to test. Test to stay comes with some other, for those asymptomatic students, comes with some other stipulations as well. So those would certainly be considerations that we would have to kind of figure out as a building team as to how we would manage that.
Thank you. That clarifies it a lot. I was thinking I wasn't seeing the difference between asymptomatic exposed and symptomatic coming to the nursing office, so that helps a lot. Thank you.
No worries.
And Leslie, can you remind us to what would be the protocol then for students or for parents? What are the things they might need to know? This is no cost to a parent.
No cost at all.
It's
no cost to the
opt-in.
district and no cost to parents.
Okay, and then what are we doing to set that up as far as like how people would be, like if you're taking people from class, how does that then go?
Sure.
There to there?
So the way it would work is that we obviously need consent to do any of, or for North Shore to do any of the testing. So a sign up would go out for families. They can consent. That then allows them access to a portal where they would be able to see any results of their students' testing. We would recommend that any student who's unvaccinated be participating in weekly screening. So there's two pieces to this. There's the weekly screening piece that anyone who is unvaccinated would be recommended to do. They're not required, but recommended. And then there's the, if you have symptoms and need to be tested, you can get tested. So families would consent through a website, and then any results, if their student was tested, the results, they could log in to see the results for their student. Any positive result we would also be notified of, so that we could take the appropriate actions after that. So that would be kind of the process that's followed for students and families after we would get things set up. So I do know that North Shore can turn this around pretty quickly in my conversations in terms of just getting that link out. We can make any adjustments to the link that are necessary, or that would make it easier on, the staff and students here to be able to access that, and they can get that up and running for us in a matter of days. So they seem pretty responsive with that. They also provide some, they come and collect if they're doing the testing, obviously on site, they're taking the test for lab analysis. There's also some after hours, if we were to get any tests or needed to have an after hours drop box, things like that, they can manage that as well. This would also be available to our staff members who are required to do weekly testing due to also not being vaccinated. So it would be able to provide that service right in-house.
Yep.
Thank you. So Monday night we'll approve.
Actually, our goal tonight was to put this on as an action item, so we
Oh,
could vote
we
and
can-
approve it tonight if there
Oh,
are
yeah,
further
please.
questions or concerns.
Think we're ready to go ahead? We can do that?
So when would it start? If we approve it, when would it be up and running?
In my conversations with North Shore, we would be able to get them the signed contract tomorrow morning, and then myself and the director would be able to get the link out hopefully by the end of the week, and start consenting, and so we would hope that testing could be occurring within the next couple weeks maximum.
And this would, we've heard a little bit from community members, I think primarily parents, about some confusion navigating how to get a child tested who may have appeared at the nurse's office with a symptom, let's say. It sounds like this would replace the need to go outside and get that PCR test or whatever parameter test. So it'd be easier for families to navigate if there's a child with symptoms which may or may not end up being COVID.
Yes, and this
Okay.
is a lab-based
Sounds great.
PCR test, so it meets all of the criteria that Cook County Health Department has for the testing that is required, so then families would not have to go out to get an additional test.
Thank you.
And I would imagine that when that link goes out, that there will be some families who will volunteer and be part of it, but others that won't. But if a student shows up ill, having a symptom, I would imagine the phone call can go home and the parent can choose to opt in at
They
that
can
point?
consent right on the spot, yes. And anybody can revoke consent at any point. If they have signed up to do weekly testing and would prefer for that not to continue for their student, they can revoke consent at any point.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Oh, Jill had a question.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you see any negative or concerns that you have with this, like with HIPAA violations, anything like that?
Everything, that's why they use the sign up on a secure HIPAA website and it doesn't go through our system. And so everything is, I'm not gonna have all the technical language done, but everything is encrypted and all HIPAA.
And in compliance.
All compliant. So even when if you, Shield was the same way. Any information you share, you can't just like email it. For example, there's certain websites that you have to upload things in certain formats so that it's all encrypted and HIPAA compliant.
So you don't feel like there's a risk to the district, even, because I did see that they did have some liability coverage in their agreement for this.
From what I understand and from looking at the Shield agreement on this, I think that's pretty standard kind of boilerplate, liability information. And I don't have a concern, from my perspective, and I've shared the documentation forward as well.
I support that as well. We reviewed that and feel like it's
There's
very
no risk of breach to the
right.
school.
It's very consistent with what the agreement Shield had sent to us as well, and pretty standard language for screening testing. So.
Anybody else? We good? Okay. So with that, is there a motion then? Do we need a motion? We do because we want it there, okay. Is there a motion then to approve the screening testing contract with North Shore Clinical Labs as presented tonight?
I'll second.
Okay, Marilyn, you want to call the roll?
Member O'Dare?
Yes.
Member Vita Daniels?
Yes.
Member Gretsch? Yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Swinehart?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Dillon?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, great. Next up, we have under information, under facilities, we have Brian Stachek with the electrical vault discussion, which sounds exciting.
Very exciting. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Well, so this is just the introduction of this concept tonight to the board, but we're going to have to talk about how we're going to handle this moving forward. We'll talk more about that in December, but if you go out exit 7, which is the exit if you go down the cross hall here, make the left and go to the right there in that parking lot. If you look down on the ground, there's 2 large square air duct vents or type of things right there. Underneath there is an electric vault, and it's an underground electric vault. That vault houses all of the electric equipment that supplies the electricity to North 2 times in the last 3 years, we've had power outages because the equipment has been damaged down in that vault. The vault also is deteriorating over time, the concrete vault essentially. And water is causing damage to both it and to the equipment down there. The most recent power outage we had was over the Labor Day weekend. We got pretty lucky with that, obviously, that it was over the 3-day weekend. We had no interruption to classes. But at this particular point, we met with ComEd personnel for, I think it was October 21st, I think was the date. And really the recommendation at this point is there's a couple of options that we have here that we're still exploring. We haven't decided on what we want to do yet, but we're going to have to do something. And one of the options is to essentially fix the vault, fix that concrete vault down there, which probably what that does is it kind of kicks the can down the road. Eventually, at some point, the district will be in the same position again, 20, 30 years up the road, that will have issues with the concrete in there, with the equipment, and it'll need to be repaired again. The better option right now is to move that equipment above ground. And it would most likely reside on the west side of the building there. It would certainly change the look of the building because there now would be electrical equipment out on that side of the facility. This is where the details start to get, I don't even say sketchy, but we don't know yet. We're still working with DLA. Paul Guida is here from DLA. We're working with them to kind of figure out where we could put this equipment, where it will function properly, where we will end up having to run power lines and all that type of thing. But really, we feel that that's probably the best long-term solution, as opposed to doing something now, investing a ton of money into the vault, and then 25 years later, we're doing this again. And so what we're looking at right now is this concept of moving the equipment above ground. Where we're going to place it yet, we don't know. We still have to work on that. There are other utilities. One of the major utilities is actually our own. We have a steam line that runs underground from the boilers across the street in the Vaughn building, runs right through that parking lot as well. So we're going to have to be cognizant, of course, of all of that when we're moving these electric lines around. But nonetheless, I anticipate that this project will be somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000. The cost really, a good portion of the cost is going to come in. The equipment in there, by the way, is not ComEd's, but it's ours. It's owned by the district. ComEd has to do all the repairs because we obviously don't have anybody qualified to do that type of thing. So we will have to replace the equipment. There'll be a charge for the new equipment. There'll be a charge for ComEd's labor in relocating that equipment. And then there also could be architectural design, concrete pads, those types of things, perhaps barriers to protect the equipment that we'll have to look at. And so I think the number that we have between 250 and 500 is obviously it's quite a range right now. The plan is to really kind of narrow this down in the next month and then kind of figure out where we want the equipment to go, how this is going to look, and then bring that information back to the board in December for kind of much more of a solid look at the cost and where things are going to go and where they're going to be. The diagram that you have here on pages 20, 21, and 22, those are just preliminary sketches just to kind of give you an idea of where this equipment is and where it may end up going. And so, again, this is not to be taken as though this is what we're going to do, because we still have to figure out how it's going to go. So obviously we are up and running, as you see, we have lights on and all that sort of thing. But really, when ComEd fixed it over Labor Day weekend, they said, look, we've really put in place a temporary connection for you and all that type of thing, which is good. We're operating, but we have to have a long-term fix to this, and it's going to need to really try to get it in this coming summer. As we're doing some of the other work around the building, because obviously we have to have power. And so every time we have an issue down there, the entire building is without power. So be happy to answer any questions on that. Again, the goal is to get you back much more solid information in December and exactly how we're going to handle this. And again, that west side of the building will look a little different because there will be some, if you've ever passed in front of the building over here, there's sort of these green electric boxes that you see sitting out there, that's most likely what we're going to have to place. Probably more than one of those, probably be multiple of them out there, 2 to 3 would be my guess. Paul, any comment that you care to add to what we've talked about here?
I don't have a copy of the packet in front of me, I apologize, but I think you've given everyone the information, so that's pretty much it. Just as a point of reference, the vault is not small. It's about 15 by 15 by 45. So again, it's not a little tiny thing by any stretch. So
Yeah, and so I think obviously the equipment that we would be replacing the older equipment with will probably be smaller and more efficient, but we're still gonna have to find space out there for it. So that's where we are with that. I just wanted to kind of give everybody sort of the look out, because we're gonna have to do something. And really our goal is to kind of bring back a lot more information to you in December, but just so we're aware of it and we know that it's coming.
Doing a lot of work, I'm sorry. Doing a lot of work on it in the summer, are we worried about having electricity to do the other work?
No. I mean, I think ultimately what will end up happening is, we don't know this for sure, but we would anticipate that the most that we would be out of power would be 3 to 5 days here, and that may not even be the case. The reason I say that is because we're also going to talk with ComEd about bringing in some temporary equipment, perhaps. Granted, that's all at an expense to the district, but we're going to talk with them about bringing some temporary equipment in so that we can continue, hopefully, to run, obviously, as many of the circuits throughout the facility as we can.
Kind of a piggyback on that, we've also had a lot of conversations about all the work that we're anticipating next summer.
Yes.
And finding people to get it all done. Are we worried about that too?
Yes, we are. We're worried about that with all of our projects. You have really 2 issues right now. We have labor shortages and we have supply delays and shortages. I think with ComEd though, I think we're going to be okay. I think they have the people on staff, and I think they did mention, Paul, at the meeting, and Brad, I think they said they have most of the equipment, right, available, and we should be good as far as that goes. But sure, the labor shortage could be an issue. And there still is outside work with a contractor that we're going to have to do because, again, as I said, pouring concrete pads, those types of things are going to be there. But we're going to have to figure this out because this has to be a priority and something we obviously have to get done.
And this wasn't on our work for the summer of 2022. This is additional.
No, it was not initially.
When did this wrap the last time before Labor Day weekend?
So 2018 it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that time we thought we were good until Labor Day.
Yeah, well, we thought that there was a pretty good fix in place at the time. We still kind of knew, hey, look, we're going to have to do something here. But now that we've had this second issue, we really need to accelerate that process.
Got it. Thank you.
With this level of investment, can I just ask that you, when you come back in the subsequent meetings, continue to explain kind of best practices in why underground vault, I mean, I get some of the basics, but just, I don't know that if it's ComEd that would be advising on, today's modern technology best practices above ground on a concrete pad, just so we have a good understanding that we're choosing kind of the best path for longevity.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, Julie, the recommendation from ComEd when we met with them, their recommendation also is to bring the
Bring it
equipment
up.
above ground.
Okay.
Yeah, at least, that's their recommendation. We can talk about the specifics of the equipment and that sort of thing, but it was their recommendation also, simply because, it's, like I said, it's much easier to work on in the future. You won't have the issues with that vault going forward. And, again, we're not sort of, like you said, kicking that can down the road that, okay, we've repaired it, and 25 years up the road, there's another problem again.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
And related to that, there's nothing in your discussions with ComEd that would indicate that they would have any shared costs? Wouldn't seem that it would make it easier for them to have access to and...
Yeah, we've had that conversation with them. We've asked them that question, and they keep coming back and telling us, just so you guys understand, it's your vault, it's your equipment. We can only work on it, and I don't mean we, I mean when I say we, meaning ComEd.
Yeah.
But they're basically saying, look, there's no ownership on our part at all. This is your equipment. And quite frankly, we could, sort of on a side note to this, when we start talking about the summer work coming up and some of the electrical that'll be involved in some of the HVAC, we may have electrical upgrades anyway that have to be done in the facilities. And again, none of that will be owned by ComEd. that would all be owned by the district, something we would have to pay for, so.
Would that be part of what we're going to consider when we look at this vault, that we can put that infrastructure in place, so that would be something we could
Yes.
do pretty easily?
That's right. Yeah, and I don't know if any of that'll tie into this or not, we'll have to take a look and see.
And I was trying to remember, so currently what's back there too, you mentioned 2 other boxes. What are those for?
No, I was just saying that there's some, if you look out in front of the facility, you'll see what they look like. It kind of gives you an idea.
An idea.
Of what might be added out on the west side of the building.
Okay, I'm trying to picture how much different it's going to look out there. And if it will take up space that we use in another way.
It most likely, well, it depends on where we go. Some of the thought process is that we'll go adjacent to the Reber Center. So along that area there. Some of it could end up in the parking lot, so we may have to repurpose some of that parking lot. There is the possibility that we've talked about going more toward the south end of the building. The trouble with that is the further we go away from the ComEd lines, the more that we're digging, trenching, the more cost we're adding, and continuing to increase those costs, like I said, as we move that away.
And just one last question. Was this on, I know we have a much bigger project list of things. Was this ever on that list?
No, it was not on the list. So.
Check that off. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So I thought that there was a project that was over near the swimming pool, that there was an electrical project that was needed last year.
Yes. Yeah, that was not our project. That was an electrical upgrade that ComEd was doing for the city. And they needed our permission to work through an easement on our property.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So that was a completely different project, but you're correct, we had that one, they did that back in was that the spring, Brad? I think it was in the spring, right?
That was in May.
Yeah, so yeah, that has nothing to do with this, this was just the upgrade that was an upgrade for the city.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll see more next month?
Yeah, we'll definitely see some more information next month.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for coming in. Great. I guess we just roll right on in, Brian. One tax levy, second reading.
More exciting stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, to me it is, but anyway, I'm not going to go through all of the math and mechanics. We went through all of that last time. It's all here again for you to take a look at if that's what you want to do. I'm just going to kind of focus on page 26 initially. And if you look at the proposed 2021 tax levy, that is page 26, that spreadsheet that I have there. You'll see in the far right-hand column, column L, a total projection for the levy for each one of those funds there. None of this has changed since the last time that we spoke. So those numbers are exactly the same. We're still projecting, and again, we're overestimating that new property as we talked about. $60 million is I believe an overestimate, but we want to make sure that we capture all of that in the first year, because if we don't, we can never go back and recapture. So that's the purpose for that. And then none of the numbers have changed. So essentially what we would ask the board to vote on Monday night would be those numbers in the far right-hand column when we come in. So that would be approval of the tentative estimated levy. And then when we come back in December, I have a few different documents that are official levy documents that'll have the same numbers in them, but then we would ask the board to vote on that final levy in December, so we can submit it in December, which is, the timeline is that it has to be submitted to the county no later than the last Tuesday in December. And again, I still want to point out, it's on here, that we do have that issue, that separate issue this year, where right now the county's going to be adding back in a dollar amount that is equal to essentially your property tax refunds from the prior year, November through October. And so this has never been done before. This is the first year this is going to happen. And for District 204, I can tell you that it's probably between $1.5 and $2 million. And that is going to be, those costs are going to be borne by the taxpayers, just so everybody's aware of that. I want to make sure that while it's obviously money that we have never seen before, we will start seeing that. And it will be coming from, it will be on the individual tax bills and going back from the taxpayers. So I'll be happy to answer any questions on this. The only other document there that's new is page 29, which on page 29, I think there was a question last time, somebody asked about well, if we, increase, what happens? We ask for $300 million, what happens? Well, the percentages that are shown on this document are just increased, and they're increased based on what I would have had on that prior document that I talked to you about as well. So this is required, this is a required document to be published in the newspaper. This is for the truth and taxation hearing. I will tell you that, again, I think I mentioned this last week also, and it's in the document. The district, you're required to have a truth and taxation hearing if you go over 5%. We are not going over 5% in our ask. However, the board has had a history, the last 7 years that I've been here, and prior to that, of still conducting that truth and taxation hearing anyway, which I think is actually a good practice. And so I would recommend that we continue that practice. We publish this information in the newspaper. We have the truth and taxation public hearing in December before we adopt the final levy. Any additional questions on that at all?
Sounds good. Great.
Well, again, tentative Monday night, estimated tentative Monday night, and then final approval in December after that public hearing.
Great.
Okay?
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And with that, you can take it away again with the bond and interest levy information.
Yes.
First read, please.
Yes, thank you. So this is my last levy discussion for the evening anyway. So if you look on page 30, you'll see this is a copy of our actual tax levy from 2020. This is a county document. This isn't something that we make up. This is a document from the county. If you go down on the left-hand side, you'll see under the fund description a Fund 400 that says limited bond. And so that particular fund is our bond and interest fund. It's number 30 in our accounting, which is required by school code. But here they list it as this 400. And so this is the particular levy that prior to 2009, we could not increase at all. So whatever debt you had prior to 2009, you had a debt service extension base, you could not change it. It had to stay the same. In 2009, the Local Government Debt Reform Act of the state of Illinois allowed us to increase that levy as well by the same percentage as the rest of the levy. So in this case, what we're talking about here, 1.4%. But in order to do that, we have to take a separate resolution and a separate vote. So it really becomes a separate levy. And so if you see, so ultimately you see that $2,540,044. So that's our base number from last year. And really what we'll be doing is increasing that number by 1.4% for a total of $35,561 for the 2021 levy. That'll bring that total proposed levy to $2,575,605 in that fund for next year. And so, again, when the district sold bonds, last sold bonds in December of 13 and January of 14, this was estimated and used as part of the payback plan that the district would in fact be increasing this levy by this CPI percentage on an annual basis until the bonds are paid off. And we're actually approaching that here fairly soon, and we'll start having some conversations about that. But anyway, so this is a separate levy, separate resolution we have to have. And so this is not coming to Monday night's board meeting next week to the November meeting. We only have to approve this one time. So we'll do this in the December meeting with the other levy. I will turn in all of those documents in December, and we'll be done. Technically, this levy doesn't have to be turned into until February. Since we're talking tax levies, let's just do it and get it done in December. That's what the history has been, and so that's my recommendation, that we just get it done at that particular point. Any questions on this document at all?
This is essentially just formulaic. It's last year's number, it's CPI, which is not a judgmental number.
Yes.
Multiply the two, okay. So
That's it.
not a lot of judgment or estimation in this process.
No, there's
None
no
at all.
estimation at all on this one.
Thank
This
you.
one is just simply the number from last year, add 1.4% to it, here's your new number, here's your new levy for next year.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
And if you look on the levy documents, I actually have that new number in there,
Mm-hmm.
and have included it, in our totals already, so that's, that estimate, not even estimate, that when I put that together, I knew the 1.4% on one of those numbers. So that number's already included in those total numbers and what we'll be reporting to the community on the truth and taxation hearing notice. Any additional questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
You're welcome.
Good stuff.
Well, it is, like you said, it is important, the amount of money here that, the district obviously would not
Yes.
survive without
It's
our property taxes, so.
Very
For
necessary.
better or for worse, as far as the state of Illinois goes, that's how it works.
Exactly. Alrighty. Okay, and I think our next favorite item keeps coming up over and over and over again. I love this one. Mr. Scott Agardine with the 2022 and 23 school calendar.
This is only the third time we've talked about it this year.
Yes,
so
it's the third, yeah.
The
Okay,
third
that's not
first
much.
reading.
That's right. Now, this is the second reading, so that's good.
Third, second reading, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Definitely second reading.
Right.
As we discussed last month, the state added a new holiday after we had first looked at our calendar, requiring that Election Day in November 8th be a state holiday, a state school holiday, because schools throughout the state are used as polling places, and many elementary schools in particular would close anyway, just because of the security challenges of voting. We've been able to manage it, but that's the rule, and so we needed to take a look at our calendar. We had originally tried to start with a short week, starting on the 17th or 18th of August, and finishing before Memorial Day. But in doing so, with this new holiday, it would cause us to have a day or two, depending on how you pick the day during the week of the 15th of August after Memorial Day, which we felt would be low attendance. So the calendar brought forward tonight, which was also shared last month, has us starting on the 22nd of August, similar to many years before, and ending just past the week of Memorial Day, just the 3 days after Memorial Day. Again, very similar to what we've done in the past. Other than that, there are really no major changes here. There was a little bit of feedback, again, lamenting the loss of that opportunity for kids to ease into the school year. Again, we're still looking at ways to do that, even with the schedule the way that it is. The other suggestion raised by the Faculty Association had to do with open houses. Prior to the pandemic, we did have our open houses after Labor Day. This year, we felt it was good to have them earlier, so that not only kids, but also parents are sort of back in the building and seeing how school works. That being said, it did cause some challenges with other evening events that were historically scheduled in those early times, so we moved it for this 22-23 calendar back to where it used to be the week after Labor Day and the following week. So other than that, no real changes. This will be brought forward next month for approval, and we won't talk about the calendar for a while.
So did you mean the open houses are back to where the teachers were hoping it was going to be?
And where we had them prior to the pandemic, yeah.
So wait, did you say we're seeing this again next month, or this is it?
This is it. Monday night.
I thought I heard you say
Monday
we're
night we
see it
would
again next
vote on
month.
it.
I'm like, no, wait. This is it. Okay, good.
This is it.
Yep,
Been shared, communicated, feedback,
yeah.
we're there. Doesn't mean we're done, because some
know.
major change, last year we
We
did
had
this
none.
several times throughout the year, so
We're kind of getting used to that.
we're just done, we pretend we're done for now.
Yeah. I think you just know that anything can change at any time, so we'll roll with it. You guys good?
Yep.
Okay? Yep. We'll see it on Monday. Thanks, Scott. All right, moving on to our equity and belonging presentation. I think we've got a lot of players involved in this.
We do.
So I'm really looking forward to this discussion tonight. Just want to say thank you to everyone who put together a ton of work on this. You guys can kick it off.
All right, thank you. I know are you driving, or
We have just a minute to connect the projector.
is it on now?
This is the true test.
Yeah.
I'll get out of the way because I was in the way of the last one.
So while we get the technology set up, I'll kind of lay some groundwork. So, back in February, the District 204 Board of Ed adopted an equity statement, which includes a pledge for our school community to promote practices, systems, and processes that advance equity, access, and inclusivity. That equity statement also includes a pledge to enhance student opportunities, improve student preparedness, and provide positive learning environments for all students within our school community. I truly believe that the efforts involved in developing that statement helped renew our district's commitment to this ultimate goal that we have of ensuring that every student feels a sense of belonging and has equal access to success when they walk into our doors as freshmen. So with that as a backdrop, today actually marks the beginning of the 11th week of the school year and the 11th week of our work together as a district leadership team. And I think these two commitments within that district equity statement have helped drive our work so far during this early part of the school year. I think it's also important to note that with the support of our Board of Ed, we've been able to add new voices to this team and to this work, and new leaders that will work collaboratively with our staff and our community to advance this work. So I'm excited for our board to hear from 6 members of the leadership team on what we've been up to lately. And really, equity and belonging at its core ensures that all members of a community are celebrated and that all students have access to every opportunity that's available to our students. So in framing this presentation for tonight, our goal is to share the work that we're doing to operationalize the commitment that our Board of Education has made with the adoption of the equity statement last winter. We're going to start by sharing some common vocabulary that we've started to use, explain how we're supporting and providing professional development to our staff, and then sharing how we're evolving student voice and connection to this work also. We're also going to share some information about the partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools and also share an update on how we envision our English learning program evolving over time as well. So I think, most importantly, I'm truly excited for our team to share these efforts that's been happening in the first 3 months together and to share the plan for the work that we have ahead. The way we're going to do this is kind of broken down into 4 segments. And so what we thought we would do is, rather than wait until the end, we'll do at the end of each segment, we'll take time to discuss and ask questions there and before we move on to the next piece. So to kick things off, Director of Equity and Belonging, Jen Rowe, and Coordinator of Assessment and Research, Katie Smith, are going to provide an overview of the staff development efforts that have occurred in the area of equity and belonging.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the board, Superintendent Waterman, and the community for the opportunity to present to you all this evening. The RISE team, which is Research, Instruction, Student Services, and Equity, was created to move the individual efforts of many of our divisions together as we work to create a more inclusive, collaborative, and equitable system that is able to best meet the needs of all of our students and educators that are working constructively to serve them. In an effort to support the needs of the whole child, we are strategically planning and working in concert, especially at this critical time where we are shifting to build systems and practices that will move us forward to make our school one where all children can not only feel welcome, but can have access to rigorous and inclusive curriculum. We are also expanding our collective reach by nurturing the development of our practitioners, as well as the skills of our leadership team, as we work to tie together how instructional best practices need to be viewed through an inclusive and equitable lens. This emphasis on professional development is imperative as we work to enhance our ongoing learning that will ensure that we, as the instructional institution, have the skills needed to support and differentiate instruction to meet the needs of diverse learners, and that our leaders are also prepared to lead from equity. We look forward to continuing the dialogue with you as we move deeper into our work. And as we begin, it's very important, especially right now as it's November, which is Native American Heritage Month. We'd like to just start off with a land acknowledgement, which is an opportunity for us to recognize that where we're gathering as ancestral lands. So at this time, we'd like to recognize as members of the 204 district here at LT that we are gathering on indigenous lands that was the home of people such as the Kickapoo and the Potawatomi. And we would like to thank their elders, both past and present. Thank you. So actually, I'm going to pass it over to Scott for a moment to talk a little bit about our LT equity statement.
Thank you, Dr. Rowe. As Dr. Waterman mentioned, we do want to draw your attention to the first paragraph of that equity statement here. The purpose of our presentation tonight emphasizes our commitment to building upon our foundation of equity and inclusion. The information we will share furthers our pledge to promote practices, systems, and processes that advance equity, access, and inclusivity. We acknowledge we have work to do, and we are eager to begin. So I'll hand it back over to Dr. Rowe, and we shall begin.
Thank you. So we'd like to recognize the commitment of the board and the community to equity and belonging through the creation of the role that I hold as the Director of Equity and Belonging. That's a big step, and it says so much by, again, having someone in this type of position. So our leadership team, together, we have begun to examine how equity impacts all aspects of our work. And one of the most important things to do that is to just have a decision-making process and tool to use. And so we've talked a lot about how we're looking at things utilizing an equity lens. And so in our work as a team, we've begun to speak very intentionally utilizing these three questions. What is the action or policy and decision in question? So that's where we would begin. Who is centered in the discussion and who is missing? And then finally, how do we maximize opportunities and begin to eliminate those barriers? So this would be the tool or the equity questions, the lens that we're looking at in our problem-solving process. It's been really wonderful being able to go into different spaces. I saw some of our assistant principals, and I love that they had that hanging in their office, and again, framing their work by looking at those questions. All right. The next thing we've started working on having a common vocabulary. Sometimes we can be in a space and we can be speaking about something, but if we haven't defined what that means, it's difficult for us to move forward in that work. So right now, as a team, we've started defining words in our terms, and the first one we just really began with was, what do we mean by educational equity? So this fall, with our institute training, all of our staff was presented with this definition as just a part of our work, so that again, we were creating a common vocabulary surrounding educational equity. All right, so now we've introduced you to the RISE team. We've established our tool for establishing an equity lens, and we've also defined educational equity. Now we would like to share with you some information in 4 key areas, focusing on building professional capacity, student connections, our work with equal opportunity schools, as well as our support for English learners. All right, I'll pass that over to you, Ms. Smith. I get to keep going, thank you. All right, so let me keep going. So with professional learning, this has been a great joy for me as we've started working, and I'm looking over at Ms. Katie because we've been able to work so collaboratively this year already. So our leadership team works to build a common understanding of equity and also work to lead from an equity lens. We felt that it was important to engage in our own professional growth and development in this area. As a foundational training, it was wonderful. I was able to come in and support our entire leadership team in a 2-hour training that allowed us to create a common vocabulary and language. And as we work to lead from an equity lens, our team will be working with Dr. Tyrone Howard and the Howard Group and the entire membership of his team. So number one, I had that training that we had together. Our entire leadership team also participated in a workshop with Zaretta Hammond. And the next 2 years, we'll be engaged in work with the Howard Group and with Dr. Howard. So you can see the list of trainings that we'll be going through. We're very excited that in just a couple of days, we'll have our introduction session for our entire team. And I think the important thing is recognizing, again, equity is not just something that's individual. It touches on everything. So when we're talking about our SEL, work that we're doing, when we're looking at our instructional practices, all of these things are tied together. And you can see in the list of trainings, the Howard Group makes sure that we're getting a touch of that to bring everything together. So we're very excited to work with Dr. Howard. All right, now I can pass it over to you.
Can I ask you, is Zaretta Hammond Were they part of the Howard group?
She's not, but she's one of the major voices when you're talking about culturally responsive pedagogy. So one of her books is Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain. She presented through the Principals Association, and our entire team was able to go to that training this year. So Dr. Howard would know Zaretta Hammond, and she would know who he is, but they're not working together.
Right, so this past summer, LT continued its study of the Dignity Framework, and a second cohort of participants engaged in this training from June 27th to June 29th. In total, there were 46 participants. This was the second time, so the first time there were roughly 70. And 20 of whom the participants this time were students, which was unique and different from the last time that we did this. The student participation allowed for a genuine understanding of how all students are experiencing LT. And at the conclusion of the training, students were asked if they would like to continue spreading the learning that they engaged in to their peers by taking a role as student-included leaders. And of the 20 students, all 20 expressed an interest in continuing this role. Dr. Tyrell will tell you in a little bit more about their current involvement in a few moments and what they've done since the school year started. This training, though, led us into the kickoff of our school year. The focus of all Institute days this year is around the Dignity Framework, and the Dignity Framework is rooted in trying to create belonging for all students at LTHS. The framework itself has indicators of belonging as well as organizational dispositions and 4 specific standards that can create dignity for all students in the organization. So with each Institute Day, we're covering a little more of this learning, and it began with several of you on August 17th, as well as 540 members of our staff.
So a little bit more about the work that we're doing with professional learning. As a leadership team coming in, we wanted to make sure that we were having that touch with our staff and we're able to provide them with additional resources to support their growth and development. And for me, that has been a way for me to just really engage with our educators. And part of that has been the creation of our newsletter. And you can see in the example that we gave here, it allows for someone like me to, even if I'm not touching base with everyone personally, but I'm able to share resources that can help them in terms of speakers, tools that they can use, resources that they can bring into their classroom. And so you can see right now with November being Indigenous Peoples History Month, we are currently engaged school-wide in an equity challenge. And so this is our first one that we've done, and teachers can select resources to work on their own development and improvement, and they'll be able to receive our first badge that they can apply for, and hopefully a lot of our staff will be able to receive their first equity badge with this equity challenge. So excited about that learning. And again, it's all of our leadership team that's able to share these resources with our educators. So it's been great success already with our 2 publications, and we'll be moving into our 3rd.
In an effort to support our staff with professional learning, we've tried to create many structures over the last few years where they can get more learning than what we are able to impart on Institute Day. And one of these structures is our planning period professional learning sessions. And this year specifically, we're having 4 different sessions, 1 per quarter, each aimed at addressing one of the standards of the Dignity Framework. And these provide much more actionable items to teachers, specifically this time, some strategies in regards to affirming differences and uniqueness in the classroom. You'll see that the next quarter we move on to address another standard. And these are just drop-in, which are offered during periods 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, so teachers can take advantage of that. We are also offering these trainings the next day. Dr. Rowe is visiting the para-educators and providing the same training through PLC time.
And it's been wonderful. Again, the teachers are able to come in, receive that training. They're connecting it to the work that they're doing. And it's been that way to keep that ongoing learning established. And I love how when we had our last session, some teachers who've already reached out, they were coming in and making those connections from the personal conversations and changing their practices in their classroom. So again, kudos to Katie and the system that she's established. It's excellent.
I don't know if I should interrupt. Doreen, I don't know. Those planning periods, do all the teachers jump into one of those periods, or is it volunteers?
It's optional for them.
Okay.
And I love how we've talked about what's learned here leaves here. And so every teacher might not be able to participate, but they're on a team, and so they might take that information back and impact their team that they're working on. But again, they do have the opportunity if they would like to participate.
And Dr. Rowe, how often does that newsletter that you were talking about before, how often does that go out?
Once a month. So again, our entire team has a section that they're able to add resources and information for our educators.
That's essentially a newsletter to our staff from the Central Leadership Team.
Makes sense, yeah. Thank you.
So we've been talking again about that continued ongoing learning and keeping that culture going. It's not something that's one and done. We are continuing that with our book studies. Right now, we are participating in a group with Start Here, Start Now. And tomorrow will be our first connection for Teaching for Black Lives. I'm very excited because LT is participating in this national book study, which is going on through the Zinn Project all over the United States. And the teachers are exposed. They have a whole page of resources and professional opportunities where they can connect with historians and then to learn information about how to teach history and focusing in on the experiences of the African American community. And then we'll be getting together for our sessions each month into the beginning of February. So very excited about this work. And the best part is it's learning, and then how are we then changing our instructional practices.
Dr. Rowe, when does this work take place? Is it like after school?
Yes, so our book clubs, we are doing them in person and virtually. So right now, the Start Here, Start Now is a virtual book club. So it's at 5 o'clock in the evening, so people are at home. It's wonderful how we have a lot of little babies popping up on the screen so they can join us. So we're enjoying that quite a bit. And then for the Teaching for Black Lives, we'll be doing that in person.
After school?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Another workshop series that we began this year is our SIOP training workshop series, and we have an instructional coach who has attended the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol training with Pearson, and she has come back and has now designed workshops, really 4 series, and they're split into 2 parts over lunch periods. So in the event that there is a teacher that doesn't have a planning period PD, we are using the 30-minute lunch period, and they're offered on Friday to teach the knowledge component part of the SIOP model. And then on Monday, you come back and you are basically assigned something to design to use in the classroom. So there's an application piece as well. So there's 30 minutes Friday, 30 minutes Monday. And through the course of the 8 pieces or 4 workshops, we're going to cover all 8 components of the SIOP model.
These happen, Katie, simultaneously at South and North Campus then?
This is on Zoom for that purpose specifically.
Okay. Got it. Great.
Another model that we set up a few years ago and have been slowly expanding is what we call L-teams. With professional learning, the first step is always imparting knowledge to your teachers, right? And kind of expanding what you know. The second step is really trying to get classroom practices to change, because until classroom practices change, we're not going to affect student outcomes. So typically in your regular professional learning design, there's not usually room to focus on implementation. So a few years ago, we started looking at how can we create a model that can get into the classroom. And this is where we are with L-teams. It's a 7 series of meetings, and teachers come the first time and they learn some components. So this time we're focusing on 3 things specifically. It's been adding on year after year, but basically we're looking at how can we cultivate belonging in the classroom while teaching the SEL standards and using the formative assessment process. The second time they came together, they watched a video. This was in October, and it was of one of our science teachers implementing all 3 pieces in the classroom. It was a pretty awesome video, and then what the team does is they use this annotation sheet basically to break down the video and start identifying where each practice lives. Our third meeting will be on November 30th, and at that time, teachers will kind of workshop together to plan lessons that they have support that addresses all these pieces. And then second semester, each person on the L team is charged with implementing the lesson in the classroom and videotaping it. So then they bring back their videotape, and we go through the same process of analyzing it and then annotating it and providing feedback to one another. So this is really trying to affect the practices, and we've been able to expand this year. All right, so in the past, when we've brought on new learning, we have looked to use a train-the-trainer model, and to get at that, we've basically invested a little more intense training on a cohort of teachers that then teach other people on Institute days the information. So on January 5th, we'll be doing an all-call to everyone to see who is interested in learning more about culturally responsive pedagogy. We're going to allow 2 weeks for signups, and then once we have those 40 people, they will begin their training second semester, so we can share more information next year. Dr. Rowe will tell you a little bit more about that.
So very excited. So we're, again, working to create our equity ambassadors who will work with myself and also with Katie on these professional development opportunities. Again, it's creating and continuing that ongoing learning model. We are focusing on culturally responsive pedagogy, and we'll be using culturally linguistically responsive teaching and learning from Shiraki Holly as one of our anchor texts to help us. Very action-oriented to give examples so that teachers can leave knowing how to go into the classroom and again, what this looks like. And really, this is looking at just best practices. And then we're going to dig deeper using Goldie Muhammad's model as she presents in Cultivating Genius. This was the #1 kind of best-selling education model this past year, and she's local and she's amazing. So really excited to bring Cultivating Genius and her educational framework into our practices, looking at culturally responsive pedagogy. So we're going to have these book studies next semester. Again, it'll be allowing our educators that we've selected to dig into what this looks like and how they can apply it into their own practices. Then they'll be trained and be able to support our work moving into the fall. And we're hoping to do also a little more intensive train-the-trainer session with them during the summer. So we have a lot cut out for us, but I think it's going to be really moving in the direction that we need to go.
Did you guys determine 40 ambassadors? I mean, was that a recommendation from the...
So it's all going to be dependent on how many actually volunteer, but based on when we did this with grading practices and assessment literacy prior to that, and differentiation prior to that, we came up with between 35 and 45 every time in regards to the staff that volunteered. So we're anticipating if we follow the trend, it'll be around 40.
Okay, thank you.
And so we're looking at having a group of 4 equity ambassadors, so that might be between 8 and 12 that can support the work that I'm doing. Again, I'm one person, so we want to begin to amplify that a lot more. So when we're talking about the book study model that we have, I don't have to be the one leading one. After a while, I'm sure there can be some of my colleagues who would like to, again, replicate that. So again, we'll look for that core. Then we'll try to have a greater number of teachers, again, to support on Institute days, those trainings, because again, we're not the only ones doing that. Those teacher leaders are in those spaces supporting their colleagues in the learning. All right, Dr. Troy Rao. Are we asking?
I think that's a great time to pause after the professional development piece. And
Yeah.
questions, discussion before we move into the student connections piece.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, so just a couple, I'll just start out with one. For the dignity framework, I don't think the current board has seen the whole dignity framework. Am I incorrect?
I don't know what
That's correct. It would just be you two and Allison.
Yeah, so I think that the rest of the board needs to see the dignity framework just so that they have it and so that they're going off the same song sheet.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
I bought the book, if you have the book.
Okay, yeah.
And I've read it, but continuing that work, or is there a different resource that you'd refer to?
Well, I just think the board needs to be briefed as a group on the dignity
Collectively.
framework so that we're all on the same page.
Did you guys get the book? I thought you did. They did get the book. Okay, they all got the book and then.
Well, right, I have the book, but we at least need to, like, I don't think we've discussed it. Like, we've come together as a current board to discuss it.
I would love
So
to have.
3 of the 7 have participated in one version of the awareness training. Obviously, the awareness training can be up to 12 weeks plus action projects and stuff. So there's a lot of options.
Sure.
We could chat about the best way to get that
Yep.
in the hands of the remaining board members as well.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
And then the other question I had, like, is regarding the PSYOP training. Like, what is PSYOP training and how is that, like, getting more teachers trained in PSYOP? Like, where does that, like, fit?
So the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol is a specific way really to design lessons so that you're meeting the needs of multilingual learners. And it really comes down to preparing your lessons so that you're addressing language standards in addition to content standards, and being very intentional about that. And we have the WIDA standards that we're supposed to be using in regards to language, so it really drills into that. Additionally, it looks at looking at the backgrounds of your students and how to pull that into the classroom, because a lot of times, depending on the language that we're using, we could be, alienating certain students that might not have access to those words. And then there's specific strategies that we could be using in the classroom, like many things relying on visuals or even word parts in an effort to pull in more of our EL students. And then there's specific things regarding lesson delivery. So the PSYOP model is just really an intentional way to look at your lesson planning and delivery so that you're meeting these needs of multilingual learners.
And is this the gen ed teacher
Yes.
doing so, or is this a
This is the
learner teacher?
This is the gen ed teacher. We have, who's teaching this to others, is our English learner tutorial teacher, and she's the one that has gotten specific training and then is rolling this out to gen ed teachers that we specifically invited gen ed teachers that have EL students in their room, and then also opened it up as well to anyone interested. Karen, go ahead.
May I just make one comment?
Absolutely.
Last year, we actually began this training even during COVID, and it was targeted at teachers that have cohorts of English learners in their classrooms, and then they have the benefit of working with Dina as an instructional coach, where she actually is helping them plan on an ongoing basis. This series right here is trying to open the opportunity for at least the knowledge base of PSYOP to more teachers if they are interested. So last year, it was more targeted, and we still have people working with the instructional coach. This is trying to reach a broader audience to try to push out the information.
Okay.
But just to chime in, but there were teachers that were PSYOPs trained before. This isn't just a new thing for LT.
Several years ago, I took 3 teachers to go to the 3-day PSYOP training. Dina Mancini is currently PSYOP trained, but last year was the first of the pilot to get more gen ed teachers exposure and getting them to start implementing that in their classrooms.
So there were teachers, but this is just more of a main rollout.
Yes,
to have more
exactly.
possible.
It's a more intentional professional development model that we developed.
So when you have the PSYOPs trained, how will you place kids in the class with those teachers?
I'm going to address actually how I schedule when I talk about ELs, but I'm happy to answer it now if you'd prefer.
Oh, we can wait till that. I just because it was under this.
Yeah, no.
And then I just have a general, when you keep talking about leadership, who are you referring to? You said the leadership team. You keep referencing that, but I don't know.
So when we're talking, the people here in this room, so all of us. So we would be our
Yeah, I mean, our
leadership team.
Our central leadership team involves 10 people.
Okay.
People presenting tonight. We also have a building leadership team, which is our associate principals, our assistant principals, athletic director, activities director that Jen leads. We also have a division leadership team, which is all of our division chairs.
Okay, so when you're talking about like you have the administration leadership team, but then you reference leadership team on different aspects. So is all of this training just for the administration?
Oh, I know what you're saying. So I think you're talking about the Howard group training.
Right, you have the different trainings and you see them in the leadership team, but I don't know what
That's for our whole district administrative team. So that's that's the whole group. So basically 25 district administrators.
Okay, because I know that you had the assistant principals in there, which wouldn't be on the administrative leadership.
So everyone is going through that Howard training she was referencing earlier.
Okay, so that's for all of that. And why was Dr. Howard selected?
Oh my goodness. Dr. Howard was selected because I know I have worked with him previously for many years, and he's been recommended by so many people, his research that he has done, and the incorporation that not looking at one thing in isolation, he has such a strong focus in SEL, which connects to the work that we're doing. In his book that we'll be using as that for our entire team, All Students Must Thrive, it goes through each section, again, looking at SEL, wellness, equity on all levels. So I think we'll get the best support because of looking at all those aspects together. And again, not looking at kind of equity in one slice of the pie. We're looking at it holistically.
And then that's with regards to slide 53. So that's going to like 25 people are being trained on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So we've been talking a lot about how are we leading for equity, and if we are not familiar, we don't have a common vocabulary, if we don't have a strong understanding, it's hard to then go in and support our teachers. So we wanted to come in, especially as such a new team, to go through this work together. So I think it just makes us a much stronger team that we have that commitment to this training.
That common vocabulary, common language, the foundation of how we're going to work together on this topic.
Well, I like it. I think it's better that you're looking at 25 people because I thought you were looking at 10 because it was under administration. So thanks for clarifying that.
Yes. Thank you for that question.
And then, so how would teachers and paraeducators be incentivized to participate in professional learning? So I know it's optional, but at some point then how do you help to incentivize? Because in some instances, some schools provide professional credits in certain areas of that to help in their overall.
So in terms of our institute days, that's required. So there is a baseline of information that's getting to everybody when we have to attend those institute day trainings, which this year is really focusing on that dignity framework. And next year we'll really be looking at more culturally responsive pedagogy. In terms of the other options, we have to, as educators in the state of Illinois, obtain a certain number of continuing professional units every year. And so with every opportunity, we can offer what we call CPDUs to the teachers. So it's a means of obtaining those without having to go outside of the building to get them. So that is currently one of the incentives.
But that'll be next year that you'll give the credit.
No, we've been doing that. So like this year, if you're on an L team and you attend those 7 meetings and video record, you can get up to 10 credits for doing that because you're spending the 7 meetings and then time recording and implementing your lesson.
That's already in place for the...
Yep, that's already in place.
That's been in place for several years, the CPDU piece.
But for the L team, which is new.
With all of them, the multilingual series, the planning period PD, the L teams, all of them we can give continuing professional units for.
But L teams has been around, is what you're saying.
Yeah, L teams is this 5th year?
Fifth year.
L teams, 5th year? Yeah, just to give you a sense of the requirement piece, we have most years 4 institute days. The April institute day is kind of fluctuated, right? We've had that some years we haven't. So guaranteed 3 full days of institute day time for staff. And we obviously work with the professional learning team, collaborate with our staff to plan those days out and make sure we're being responsive. But that's the required piece. And then that would be separate from the Wednesday late start, which is more devoted to PLC time, teachers working on their course teams, which is a little bit different.
I think it's the piece of having that ongoing learning. You know, there's different opportunities during the day. There's opportunities for you to come after school. There's opportunities for you to join something in the evening. I think having that choice has been very helpful. And again, making that connection to here's the information we're learning and how are we able to immediately translate into our instructional practices is great to see. So the culture is very robust, in my opinion.
Dr. Rowe, I know you've only been here a few short months, and thank you for all that you presented so far. Can you share with us a little bit about the feedback or response you're hearing? I'm hearing positive feedback, just to let you know that, from teachers, just talking about diversity, talking about dignity. But can you share, have folks stop by and offered anything that you'd be willing to share, just to give us a little more insight in terms of what some of the response has been?
Yes, and I almost want to look to Dr. Waterman, because we were just speaking the other day when we had the last professional learning during their lunch periods. We had a teacher who came to see me. We talked about some vocabulary in her social studies classroom. We looked at the pieces that she was using, and we literally just talked about how do you switch the order of them. So it was kind of like moving from Lincoln to Frederick Douglass and centering the speech by Frederick Douglass. And when we had the training, she came in, she literally said, thank you for working through that with me, learning the information, having the conversation. So again, it was multiple touches. The impact with my students, the engagement was amazing. So a big piece is all that we've been talking about: belonging, having those relationships, meeting people, and being open to the dialogue. Conversation is what it's about. So we're all helping and coaching each other. And when you establish that culture, which I feel is happening, is present here at LT, it makes the work so easy to do. People are open and ready. So I feel very welcome, and I'm thankful that the teachers are coming to ask questions and that I can learn with them.
Wonderful, thank you.
And that was at a planning period PE, like I talked about. So just a very good conversation. At one, there's 5 or 6 teachers there, discussing this journey, and that's a great example.
And I think you have on the website too, but like also too, within Illinois, there's a culturally responsive standard that is it in place this year, or is it going to be in place for next year?
It's going to be. So they were adopted, and so a part of our work that Katie was speaking about when we're talking about culturally responsive pedagogy, one of our pieces that we'll share for the staff next year will be looking at all of those standards. And again, knowing about them and looking at how that is translated into what we actually do.
Right,
That's really start in the university level. So when teachers are completing their teacher certification programs, those are what universities will be using. And so we want our teachers to be exposed and understand those as well.
I just want to say I really appreciate the depth and the variety and the access and the different ways of doing it, of providing opportunities for this professional staff development. That's always, I know, one of the hardest challenges, and is finding the time, the dedicated time. So it seems like you have a plethora of really rich opportunities for the staff to embark upon and to be part of, which is great. And it sounds like you're getting good participation, which is phenomenal.
Will you be able to provide us with numbers of staff, how many staff have participated in 1, 2, or 3 of these different things, and how many have not, that are elective? I mean, obviously you won't have those now, but it would be great to see if you're getting more enrollment. Are there some teachers that are resistant? Are they, because, I mean, the teachers that are participating, those probably are not the mindsets you maybe need to change. And I'd be curious to see, is there only 2 teachers that have chosen never to reach out on these, or is it, 50?
The participation numbers, so I can pull those together.
Yeah, and I don't even know that we need them right now. Maybe it would be after a year of this in place, at the end of the year, like maybe in May, just to see, are you really getting to all of them? Or is it really just a few select few. No,
Even for, I will say for our book study that's starting, we're the largest group, I think, so they were able to, we were only supposed to get like 15 or 20, and we were very fortunate that we ended up getting 30 books, for example, so I know we had so many people that said they wanted to participate.
Which is great. I mean, my hope would be there'd only be like 2 that never participated for something, but it would be nice to see where are we at with that. Thank you.
I think that's why it's so important to offer such a variety, because as adults, we all learn in different ways
Right.
too. So making any assumption that one format will work for everyone has never been the goal. So it's offer it in a variety of ways and hope that it resonates with.
Sticks with somebody here, sticks. But it'd be nice to see like which ones are more popular, which ones are getting more responses. Because you said you'd hope that you had 40, but it'd be nice to see if you came back and you were like, we have 12. Or maybe you have 52 and you're like, wow. So, thanks.
All right, we're going to turn the page and talk a little bit. Dr. O and I had the pleasure of sharing some of the student connection work that we've done in the early part of this school year. The students that are pictured on the slide right now that you're viewing participated in one of Dr. O's book studies, and she'll talk a little bit about that later on in this section. As Katie shared, 20 LT students participated in the summer included workshop with John Crownapple, one of the authors of Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. Student and staff participants had the chance to learn about the importance of belonging, the core attributes of belonging, and the relationship between belonging and inclusion, as well as the relationship between belonging and dignity. And those are the students that are pictured on the screen right now. Crownapple guided participants through discussions, readings, and simulations to extend our understanding of belonging. Participants spent time learning and discussing differences between exclusion, segregation, integration, and inclusion. They also discussed the indicators of belonging, being valued, appreciated, accepted, and treated fairly, that can be used to gauge and assess the degree to which dignity is honored. We had the chance, as Katie shared, to debrief at the end of the second of 3 days with the student leaders and talked a little bit about their feelings about the workshop and also their ideas of what we can do here at LT moving forward. And the students not only shared that they wanted to be leaders within this work, but they charged us with creating more opportunities for our students to be able to participate in these really valuable discussions and experiences. And student voice circles were kind of born at LT out of the recommendation of that student leadership group. On October 18th and 19th, we took this exciting next step with over 80 students, and the students that are pictured on the screen now were the students that participated in the second day of the workshop on October 19th. We were very intentional in selecting a group of students that were representative of the demographic breakdown of the LT student population. Students were assigned tables and participated in rich dialogue with other participants, student leaders, members of our student services team, and administrators. Our facilitator and thought partner for the student voice work is Trent Dayhall from Core Collaborative, and I've worked with a lot of consultants over the course of my years in education, and he is one of the best at taking really complex material and distilling it down, unpacking it so that it really is meaningful to especially students. Throughout the course of the day, students participated in icebreakers in order to build rapport with the group and make connections before starting to discuss content. They discussed values and norms as part of setting intention for the days. They participated in a diversity line activity, which is one of the most powerful activities that I've seen in a workshop like this in order to begin processing the backgrounds of the individuals that are participating in the workshop. We were introduced to the concepts of dignity honored and dignity violated, and they engaged in discussion around when their dignity was honored at LT and when their dignity may have been violated. They learned about communication strategies such as active and reflective listening. And then the workshop ends with students engaging in a table discussion that we call Continue, Stop, Start. They talk about the things that we should continue doing here at LT because they allow our students to be their most authentic self and create a culture of belonging. The things that we should consider stopping doing because they don't allow our students to be their most authentic selves, and the things that we should consider starting to do. They then present it out to the group as well. I'd like to share with you some of the student comments that we got from a feedback form that we gave to students after that day. Comment number 1, I thought it was really meaningful and important to participate in. While discussing with my group, I felt very comfortable sharing and relating with one another. It allowed us to open up about our school environment and think of how we can improve. As a result of this workshop, I feel more aware of my actions to my peers and how I might be impacting their dignity. Comment number 2, I felt that our school is actually making progress for student equity and belonging and pushing it forward. Next comment, Trent was incredibly engaging. He made me and so many other students feel welcome the second he started talking to us. I wasn't afraid to participate because I knew everyone in that room was non-judgmental, and Trent made me feel comfortable enough to participate. I believe with my participation, I will continue to spread what it means to belong and how to make others feel as though they belong. And the last comment, I thought Trent as a presenter and person was just great. He had so many deep stories to share, and it made me intrigued to think of my own stories I would want to share with others. I loved participating and really enjoyed going to and telling others about these workshops. These are some of the most valuable lessons I've gotten out of high school so far. As a result of participating, I will continue to inform others about these workshops and reflect on the knowledge I've gained at the workshops to use more in my daily life. And I thought those comments are just so telling, and I think that that's what you see happen in a rich school community like LT. You have these workshops and experiences, 80 students come to the table, and then it's amplified because they go out and they tell your friends, have you participated? You should participate. It's awesome. It's a great opportunity to connect with other people. And we can't wait to see where we go with that. Our next steps, we've compiled the feedback from the Continue Stop Start activity, and we'll be sharing that with the group of student leaders, so the 20 students that participated in the included workshop this past summer. And with them, we've pulled out some themes and coded those themes from that data, but we'll be working with our students to co-create action steps, things that we can tangibly do together within our school community. And then we're also reviewing the student participant list from October 18th and 19th and inviting approximately 30 to 40 student leaders to participate in a level 2 workshop where members of our administrative team, student services team, and Trent Day Hall work with them to train them up to become facilitators. And I think that it will be really powerful work when our students are leading these workshops with their peers sitting at the table. So our next days with Trent will be December 3rd and 4th. The 3rd, we'll train up some of our students in that level 2 training, and then on the 4th, we'll invite about 60 new students, a new cohort of students to participate in the training, and our student leader facilitators, they'll kind of be hybrid participants / facilitators, and Trent will continue modeling best practices in facilitation. So that new cohort will come in, and then our vision is that these workshops will occur quarterly, if not more, at LT, and that our students will inevitably be leading those workshops and that work, and we'll continue to work with Trent as a thought partner in this work. So really excited about where we go with our work with our students and bringing their voice to this discussion as well. And then one more thing that I'd like to share with you about the care space. Most of you have heard about this care space, and it's been one of the most fun projects that I've worked on. It's been a project that a lot of us have worked on. In fact, Janessa, who presented at our Faculty Institute Day in October, was one of the first LT students that I met with here, and she's from the Latinos Juntos organization, and she told me that she had talked to Dr. Waterman last year about this project, and she was dead set on getting this project up and running, and we love that, right? When work like this, the most essential work that we do within our school, is driven by our students. And she shared on October 8th with our staff, she shared, we want to make sure that we develop a process where students can access the space to get items they need, and also a process that makes it easy for staff to help support our students. It is really important that students feel comfortable taking what they need from this space. All in all, we just want students to have access to the space without having the pressure and constraint of having to go through hurdles in order to obtain these necessary items. I mean, said way better than I could. At this point, we've identified spaces at both North and South Campus. Students are stocking the shelves with supplies that have been purchased through really generous donations. Sponsors and coaches are donating LT gear that we have all over these buildings that has not been used, so that'll be available for our students. Our LTEA is going to partner with us. We're just trying to find the right avenues for that partnership. Our civics class is going to be working with us on their Civics Take Action project. So we're going to have the resources. It's just defining those processes to make sure that we have a process for those that want to donate, a process for getting students the items that they need, and then for those items that we might not have on hand in the care space, we'll have hygiene products and food supplies and clothing supplies, school supplies, but there might be some additional needs, and we're developing a process for that as well. And I think it's a perfect project to share about tonight, because I think it's representative of the values that our Board of Education, our administrative team, and our staff have. We want to provide access to resources and support of students' basic needs being met. Students' sense of belonging will increase as they see that their school is prioritizing supporting their basic needs. And so really, really proud of these efforts so far. And Dr. Rowe is going to share about a few more of our student connection efforts.
Can I just ask a quick?
Absolutely.
Dr. Tyrell, back to the student voice circles.
Yes.
Can you tell me again how the students were selected for that? I mean, because they were invited, correct?
They were. So for the first group that participated on October 18th and 19th, our assistant principal, Daryl Mathis, was really kind of leading, putting together our group of students, and he worked with all of our counselors at all of our grade levels to get student recommendations. So worked with our counselors, previous work, the student leaders that participated in June. We got some staff recommendations as well. So we anticipate getting staff and teacher recommendations moving forward as well. And then when we got our student recommendations for the 18th and 19th, we made sure that the list was representative. And for this next cohort that we're going to bring on, we'll probably go through that same process. I met some additional individuals through my principal's advisory that we're going to tap and bring into this work. That we're going to add Dr. Rowe's equity and belonging student advisory kids, and then get some additional recommendations as well.
And I think, and that's my point to asking that question, is just about, there's always students who are very willing to participate, and just wondering how we reach out to students who otherwise may not have stepped up to it just because that's not something they're comfortable doing. So I was just wondering if we navigate and look through that and through counselors and those kinds of conversations, find our students who might otherwise would like to have been asked, but maybe have not voiced that or jumped up in front of the line sometimes.
Absolutely. We had a really nice, on the 18th and 19th, we had a really nice balance of students who step in front, and participate in different workshops. A lot of students who participated in focus groups that Dr. Waterman and Katie had ran previously. But we also had recommendations of students that maybe are a little bit untapped from our counselors and assistant principals, which was really nice. We've also asked for student recommendations. We've asked students, who do you think that we should ask to participate in these workshops because they would bring value, or it's something that would benefit them as we move forward as a school community. Right now, though, a lot of the students that we've worked with have been really positive about this work. So as we continue to add students to our cohort, we'll be thinking about how some things with facilitation might change when we have students that maybe aren't as positive about participating in these workshops. So our goal is to get as many students involved as possible. And I think it's going to be a really cool thing when we, standing next to our students, we would never put students in position where they were facilitating these types of workshops without administrative support, without staff support. We'll be right there standing next to them. But it's going to be really awesome to see our students stepping out in front and leading this work.
And I think, Dr. Tyrell, that piece there definitely was that range of students. I cannot speak highly enough about how those students that were there were from all walks of life, and seeing them talk together and share was extremely powerful. So,
thank you.
Awesome.
And kind of piggybacking off of what we were talking about with the care space, we've also opened our reflection spaces on both campuses. So on South Campus, where the care space is located, we have a reflection space there. It's been extremely helpful, just as many of our students need a space. One of the students we were speaking about who helped open the care space was like, wow, this is also part of my need of having a place to be able to participate in prayer at different times of the day. And so it was a wonderful opportunity to establish those spaces and have one designated for use. On North Campus, we have one reflection space in the library, and then on South Campus, it's located in the care space. So a little bit more with Student Connections. I was able to establish the Student Equity and Belonging Committee. So important to have that direct connection with students. Equity and belonging, if we don't have those regular conversations, and we see how intentional we have to be. I wanted to come in right away and have that touch for myself. And again, it's all connected to the work that we're doing collectively. So right now, the students we meet on every other Wednesday and before school, and then also during lunch periods here on North Campus, and then on South Campus, it's after school every other Wednesday. And again, the students are looking to share their thoughts, so we were able to have that other opportunity for feedback. And then the students are able to take action, so they kind of are actualizing that work. In the work that we're doing surrounding belonging, the students have been using the library space as a way to host different activities to bring students in, connected with a lot of our cultural celebrations. So one of those that we had was our Latinx Heritage Month. So myself and the librarians were able to work together to push out different resources for the teachers. We mirrored that in our kind of monthly read, and then the students were then able to host different activities in the library space to invite their classmates to come in and participate in. Right now, the students are getting ready for the Marrow Thieves, which will be our November read. We were able to do different activities for LGBTQ+ History Month, such as watching a documentary, and the kids had so many amazing questions. And right now, the kiddos are working on, we're kind of launching into January for the Dr. King holiday, and they're working with the local library to put together a birthday for celebration for the little people to come in so that they can teach them about Dr. King using Martin's big words. So we're getting excited about our party. So those are a couple of things that we've been doing. So again, the big piece is how are we having those multiple touches for students to pull more of them in so that they're being seen, being reflected, and that we're celebrating different communities in different ways. So it's very exciting to me. All right. I wanted to talk a little bit, and this has been a real joy, because whenever, I don't know about you all, but I have a hard time stopping and actually having lunch. So on Thursdays, it's wonderful getting to meet with, the kids call themselves a drop of essence, but I call them the lunch bunch. At South Campus, we have about 15 students for a fourth period and about 4 for fifth period lunch, where we get together in the care space. It's just a wonderful little area with a place for us to gather. And the kids come in for their lunch study hall once a week, and we're focusing on that mentorship, creating a sense of belonging, working on academic goal setting, and really just allowing for some validation. It can be hard sometimes when you are a small group in a bigger space. And for a lot of the kids, just having that time to be together, just to laugh as a group has been very powerful. So right now, the young ladies have been, and I'm so excited because 3 of them want to be teachers. So we're talking about their goals and making sure that they're staying on track, feeling positive about school, and that they're able to share and have support. So again, this has been a real joy for me to come in and get to spend time with these young people. And that's every Thursday. Okay. All right, so do we get to stop there? Okay.
Yeah. That's a good place to pause and see what questions we have. Student Connections.
I think the student lunch group, I love that idea. You said it was only at South, though?
Yes.
Why is it only at South Campus?
Well, you have to start. I've only been here for a short period of time, so it's kind of figuring out. Again, working with colleagues, how are you a resource? They were like, we have a need here with these younger students, and could you come in and do that? So that's where we started. We'll see how we can build a greater capacity.
So right now, there's not plans to go to North?
Right now.
And how are kids identified for your lunch group?
We put a call out. So one of the pieces is, again, we looked at what could I do? What was the need? And some of our African American girls were struggling, having a harder time. And so I said, that sounds like something I can do. And so we put a call out, meaning that personal invite. And so I had a note, and I literally created it and said, little sis, you know, I would love to spend some time with you, and we focused there. I have one young man, he was brought in with some of the girls, and they said, could he come? I said, absolutely. And we are having a great time. So again, it's what is the need, and how can you begin to create something for a target audience? And those kiddos really needed some support, and I could give that. So that's just a starting place. And again, how are we creating other interventions or groups for our students? So this is just, and there are other ones going on. This just happened to be one that they felt I could fill that need.
Wonderful. So there's plans to do additional ones, not just for that.
Yeah. So again,
okay.
And it's interesting also, just going back to the Student Equity and Belonging Committee, it's very different at South Campus than it is at North Campus. The younger students have really wanted to learn about different cultures, so we're going with one of the other clubs. I know Dr. Tyrell is coming. We were invited with another club to go out for dinner at a restaurant, but the younger students, that was more of an interest versus some of the older kids here, they really are taking action in a different way. So looking at those different audiences and the capacity that you have to support them.
What are some of the other audiences you think for kids that are in need?
Oh my goodness. It's endless. And again, there's so many activities here at school. For me, it's what can I fill in some respects, but right now we're doing a lot of work. Leslie, and we'll talk a little bit more of what we can do with our guidance team. And
for a student lunch group, specifically.
I think it's endless. I mean, do you need it as enrichment? Do you need it as academic support? There's just so many. I mean, anything you could name, we could do, but it's having the capacity to do it. And having kids that would like to do it. So for, again, some of the one that I'm doing, some kids are there because they actually have an academic need. Some of it's just a social emotional need, sense of connection and community.
Which I think is great. I would just like to see it maybe be greater.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's where I guess my question was going towards.
Yes.
It's the same theory as professional development, right? It's that certain formats are not going to work for every student, so we have to just offer as many formats as possible.
Right, but if you have other groups that have that need, things like that, where it's great.
And again, it's then looking at our resources of people who are able to support to build that. So that's where we're coming in as our team, seeing what capacity do we have.
And when you say team, you mean administration team?
Right now, so we have our research. So we have equity, research, instruction, and we're trying to all work together in student services to see what capacity we have to offer more intervention.
Perfect, thanks.
Identify gaps, fill those gaps. Like that's
what
kind of that ongoing.
I just like there's team used so loosely that I'm like trying to understand
we have a lot of
is team.
Right,
I was like, you know,
I'm all about team, and we have many of them.
I know there's no. But yeah, I was like, but the administration team, like you know, are you having lunch with kids? I don't know.
Right. What I really appreciate about understanding all the different connections and all the different ways is there was a lot of conversation early on about what a shift to a systemic approach would do for that individual connection with the students. And I feel it's only amplifying it. I mean, there are different needs and different interventions, but I don't feel a loss there. You know, and we're only halfway through, but I feel that the students are very centered in everything. So I appreciate tonight and the depth of all of this information. And when you set it up in the beginning, it's systemic and systematic. I mean, I just will look forward to hearing even more.
I totally agree. I was a little I was nervous at the beginning that the systemic and this high up, it wouldn't reach so quickly, and I'm just so jazzed up about the student voices and the lunches, and I mean, that student care space is so totally awesome. But anyway, I'm feeling that it's already affecting and touching the kids strongly, and that's awesome. It's
Like they're jumping at it.
Yeah.
In all the different ways.
I'm feeling
They want to embrace it, hopefully. Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. I mean,
So we have, again, it's looking for that. So we're looking a lot about our bigger systems, how are we able to work together, then working with the teachers, that professional development, and then how are we impacting our students. So it's very exciting work, and again, not doing one, but all of it's going on simultaneously.
That's cool. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Anything else on student connections before we move to phase 3?
Pretty good stuff, guys.
Very exciting.
All right, let's dive into equal opportunity schools. Scott.
All right, thank you. So tonight, I'd like to share with you the benefits and goals we envision through a 4-year engagement with Equal Opportunity Schools, or EOS. EOS is a national not-for-profit organization with the mission to ensure that students of color and low-income students have equitable access to America's most academically intense high school programs so they can succeed at the highest levels. Using EOS as a launching point for other LT school-wide initiatives will also give us the opportunity to collect very important survey data from our students and teachers, while also connect with dozens of schools in the Chicago area who've been partnering with EOS, some as long as 2015. Our primary goal for the first year of our partnership is to learn more about our students. As you can see on this first slide, the biggest emphasis to start is studying data. So we've shared some data with the EOS partners about our students. We're about to gather more information by surveying all of our students. We'll be surveying every one of our students as well as all of our teachers in the coming weeks. For a number of reasons. The EOS survey will ask students about their future plans, measure their sense of belonging, their grit and resiliency, determine learning mindsets and skills, identify barriers to enrollment in higher level and dual credit courses, or even Excel or honors courses, and determine one or more trusted adults for every student in the building. The information is invaluable in tailoring our supports for students and meeting their individual needs, and it concludes with the development of student insight cards, which I'll show you in just a minute. So if you go back to, there you go. The focus areas for EOS is to study data and develop a set of strategies. That's really our emphasis for the first couple years. We'll then be moving toward enrolling students at a higher level. I'll talk more about that in a minute, and then support schools in monitoring success. So on the next slide, this is that 4-year commitment with Equal Opportunity Schools, and you'll see that it's a gradual release model. So we begin with that first phase really of surveying students and figuring out what their interests are, trying to figure out how to connect with students to get their individual needs met. EOS will be then working with us along the way to train not only our staff, but also our counselors and other groups to best meet the needs of students in their academic lives, and also to take a look at some of the things that you've been hearing tonight. On the next slide here, the year 1. So basically what we'll be doing this year, they will be facilitating some site visits. They'll be coaching an equity team, which I'll talk about in a minute. They'll be analyzing equity barriers and opportunities here at LT. So essentially an equity audit that they'll be doing of our school, suggesting here's some areas where we're seeing students are saying there are barriers to accessing the curriculum, accessing opportunities at LT. Also identifying students for outreach and enrollment. That's part of that survey, so that the kids will tell us what they need as well. So it's not just us trying to guess what they need, or even pushing them in a direction that perhaps they're not interested in. They'll also help us to develop a student and staff support plan. Again, similar to what we've done with Equity and Achievement Team, helping teachers better understand the needs of the students in front of them, and realizing that the students are in that class because they share the desire to succeed in that class, because they have goals and dreams, and that's why they're in this particular class. On the district side, what we'll be doing, we will be communicating our expectations for success through communication like this. We will be creating an equity team. Dr. Rowe and I will be leading that effort. Dr. Rowe will lead the equity team, and I'll be involved in getting all the supports together through the EOS partnership. That equity team is going to include not only central leadership team and building leadership team, counselors, teachers, and that group will be doing a lot of the work to help students identify where they need to go, where they want to go, looking at a lot of the data for the first round. As we go through extra years, we will then be training teachers as well, and that'll all be coming in other phases. We'll also be reviewing our equity strategies, and we intend to have enough information to help students begin enrolling in courses to get them on the paths that they want to get to by the time we get to the spring. All right, so this is just in November. The next slide is just what we're looking to get done this month. And again, that's surveying the staff and students. All those bullets there are those things that are asked in the survey. Identifying those equity team members who I just mentioned throughout all of those on the right side. Now, you notice it also says students, and we will also be getting towards parents through different ways. We will also be reaching out to parents with some parent nights to get those parents to understand what we're trying to do for their students, and also get them involved. So they'll eventually join in. And then a lot of the students that Dr. Rowe is already working with and the things you just heard about will easily merge in with a lot of these too. So we have some administrative things to do with the equity team, and then we'll also be broadening it to parent and community support. We've already shared the course and student data with Equal Opportunity Schools. They're helping to develop some targets for us and to inform some of our decision-making for areas that students might want to move toward. And the part that everyone seems to be pretty excited about is developing the student insight card. So if you look on this screen here, the survey is going to develop for every kid in the school an insight card. And you can kind of see, and I know the print's really small, but students are going to tell us what their educational goals are, what their career interests are, who the trusted adults are in the building, who would they be willing to go to or able to go to get help. And this may be a teacher, could be a student assistant, a paraprofessional, could be anybody in the school, but who is it that they go to when they need to go to somebody. They'll talk about any study skills supports that they may have and their subject interests. Teachers will also have an opportunity to recommend students who they feel are ready to move forward and perhaps need a little push or nudge. So that also gets filtered back into these insight cards. And we have information too about GPA, and if you look at the bottom, test scores. So again, a student may may have a very big interest in something and have the test scores to place in that particular course, but for whatever reason, they just haven't placed themselves there or been challenged there or had the opportunity to go there. So that'll all be on here as well. The pieces on the left, and this is what, when we talked with Drew Ader, our student services chair, he was asking, how do we find out kids' mindsets? How do we find out some of the barriers that they may feel they have in learning or in having access to what they want to do? There's questions on that survey which get at these learning mindsets and skills. They'll let us know if this student demonstrates grit, not because they'll say, do you have grit? But they'll ask a number of questions that will sort of lead to a grit rating, so to speak. Or you understand the purpose for learning or how you want to be focused, you are a focused person or not. Also, it'll demonstrate some barriers, so some things that they feel have kept them from being their very best person here at LT. It might be they haven't gotten enough adult encouragement, or they haven't been welcomed, or they don't feel like they belong. So again, this is some of that climate information that we're all wanting to know. And not only will we be able to get a school-wide report, it'll drill down to the actual individual kid. Get a little bit of information from each student too about what they feel like in being in more challenging and or advanced courses, and also just general comments that they have that they want to share, knowing that these are going to be looked at. These insights cards will be shared with counselors. They're also going to be shared with that equity team, and the equity team, the first go-around, is going to go through these cards and be the ones to really single out which kids we think now are ready for the move or to having a conversation about that acceleration. Dr. Rowe has been through this at a previous district, and she'll be more than happy to explain kind of how that works, and that's really what our equity team will be focusing on really in the near future. What this all then leads to is really quite a bit of long discussions about, are our students placed in the places they need in order to achieve their dreams and their goals? And that doesn't always mean AP. And I know there's a lot of rumor out there that EOS is all about putting kids in AP classes. There is a goal of putting kids in AP classes so that our AP classes, when you walk in an AP class, it looks like the demographics of our school. So that you have students from all walks of life, from all income levels, and from all race, ethnicity, IEP, 504 in your AP classes where they need to be. This isn't the plan to put everybody in an AP class, nor is it a plan that we need to make sure no matter what we put kids in AP without the supports. One of the things that the equity team will be doing is actually developing those supports that students may need in summer bridge programs in order to actualize some opportunities. But it also will involve making students get into dual credit programs so they can earn college credit and know they can earn college credit before they leave high school. And they have that success. Know they've got a transcript with some grades on it that are good and that will transfer. It will actually save them some money perhaps, even as they go into a school. It'll also help them as we go through some curriculum mapping over the next few years to look through some course pathways. We have a number of them right now that end in certifications and end in opportunities that will lead them to careers. We want to make sure that we also get students connected to those pieces as well. The little diagram here, where all the arrows are pointing to, those are the missing kids. Using our data from 2016, that's the number of kids we would need in each of those subgroups to make our AP courses look like our general population. So again, that's one of the targets that EOS uses, and as we've explained with them too, we also want to make sure that we're just making sure kids are taking those advanced courses in the areas of interest, not that we're just pushing kids up to push kids up. So overall, it is a 4-year commitment. Year 1 is really all about that access and opportunity phase. We've gone through a leadership orientation with members of the central leadership and building leadership team. We've had our partnership launch, we've shared some data, and now we're really moving into that surveying and starting the conversation about where we're headed next. Again, the purpose of EOS is not to be an EOS school forever and always. It's to transition away from needing to be an EOS school. It's to put in those practices that are necessary to ensure that students are being placed in the coursework and the sequence of courses they need in order to meet their goals and dreams. And it also gives us an opportunity to survey students with intention so that we're actually using that data. We're not just making high-level reports. We're also getting that data in the hands of people who can actually have that conversation with the kid and get them on that path so they don't walk out of here saying, LT didn't do anything for me. So lots to digest, and certainly, again, this is a multiple-year implementation. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Dr. Rowe can share her insights from seeing this in action at her previous district.
Dr. Rowe, the insight cards, is that something, are kids pretty open? Are they giving the info that?
From my experience, yes, and I, for 4 or 5 years, was able to participate on the equity team, and the kids really do, and the great part too is they also look at that trusted adult. So who are those people who really believe in you, and seeing those names and being able to share that with teachers that their students are speaking that way. So the kids, and they have that opportunity to say, sign me up now, like I'm ready, because some of them, again, have not been given that opportunity. The story I'm thinking of is one particular kid, I'm thinking, seeing his face, and he was just an average student and maybe he had a D in a class, but he was a science kid. You know when you see a kid with a periodic table on their shirt walking down the hall. That's a science kid. He was not doing well in other classes, but he was one of those kids he was never recommended because it may be in the other classes, language arts, language classes, he was not doing well. But he got selected, and I was like, oh, yes, I know this kiddo. It did well. He went into those AP science classes, computer science, and AP environmental, and that was his passion. And he's off in college doing astrophysics. That's what but he did not do well in his other courses. So people were hesitant to move him, and he was a young man of color. And so now he's in college to be an astrophysicist. So I'm like, great. So, yes. The kids are very honest in their responses. And the questions, I think, are designed that way to get to to pull that out of them.
Great.
So, Dr. Rowe, with the process, do students, so will this be an annual survey that they take? It's not just when you come in the door, it's to monitor over time with students as they work with the counselors? Or
So, as Scott was sharing, it's a partnership for 4 years. So this will be our initial year. They would take the survey every year. So again, we'll be accumulating that data to see where the feedback that we receive from students and from our staff. So I think that is very, very helpful for us. So I hope that is answering your question.
Yeah, so through the course of that, then in theory, you can see how they are responding as they reflect over a period of time. But then I guess the goal is to move away from being an EOS school.
Yes, we want to be trained, to establish that pattern, that routine. This is the process how we're looking at kids. Again, we're changing. A lot of this has changed for us as the adults of opening our reach of seeing who can go into those spaces. Our Student Equity and Belonging Committee, a couple of things that they've identified is that achievement gap. So it's crazy that our kids are talking about that, having more diverse classes, especially at the higher levels. The kids see that. And again, there's one question of are we over-identifying certain kids? Because that can be a culture of everybody has to take AP, but that everybody can be for certain folks. And then how are we identifying those low income and students of color to say that's a space for you as well, and kind of balancing that out. So.
We're also surveying seniors this year, knowing they're not going to select colleges. We need some baseline data, so we want to see where our current seniors are, so we can make sure we learn from their experience as well. So as we flow through with the incoming freshmen, or the current freshmen this year, that's certainly the group of that 4-year process. That's the core group that's moving forward. But that being said, the first year and looking at those advanced courses would really just be for the 10th and 11th graders, right? We just want to make sure we're having those conversations with our 9th graders about all those, that grit and determination in the areas that you think that are a challenge for you, and providing some stuff for the kids that way too. And for the teachers as well, so that the teachers have the training that they need in order to make sure that all the students that walk in the door, that they all want to be there, and that you want to make sure that you again, that's a lot of what the heavy lift of the equity team will do. They'll be doing that training. And it's not unlike what we did with Equity and Achievement Team. We did training for all the teachers whose students were in that class, and so it's going to be very similar in that regard.
I think your question also was, 4 years from now, will we be able to take a senior and compare their insight cards to see how it's progressed
and
over there?
Also, is this something that will continue? I mean, those insight cards that's just what an incredible tool to have.
He said data for counselors, right?
To do that moving forward without support.
I'm sure they'll sell us a survey, or we can create our own.
I was just going to say, that's probably their survey. It's proprietary. But I have a question too related. So we're going to survey like nearly 4,000 students, you said, within the next few weeks or so, right? That's a lot of data, and that's a lot of students to then challenge and task ourselves with being able to make and affect them starting for spring enrollments. So how will we prioritize that, or what will they, how does that kind of information come from the survey, bubble up, and then get to who needs to see that first?
It will be a small amount, so it's not going to be, again, when you kind of are looking at that, that's a small number of students. So they kind of have that, here are those students. So we're going to get all of the data that's going to help us just speak and understand our students, right? That feedback that we can look at those insight cards. So as a guidance counselor, you might want to go and look at your kiddos, but for identifying for that placement, that's going to be a very small number of students. So they'll generate a report with those names, and our equity team will be able to get together and look at those. Say we have 80 names, for example. We're going to sit down with those kiddos because they're falling in that gap of the kids that we're looking at. And we'll be able to reflect together of which of those kiddos we feel we can best support and can move into those AP classes. And then we'll have the opportunity to break them up and meet with them. And that's very powerful when you call that kid and say, your teachers believed in you and you identified and said that you were ready. And here's a classes we think will fit for you. Would you like to sign up for that? And it's so powerful when those kids say yes, and we're going to help them to do it. And then it's great to see how successful they are.
So I understand, but then we're not looking at the incoming freshmen. And so, I think we all know a lot of barriers too happen when students are coming in as freshmen and being tracked. And so how do we look at that tracking that we already do and where students are already being placed to get to this level? Because probably the vast majority of students of color are not being put on the track to be able to feel that they can succeed.
So we actually had a lengthy discussion about that with the division leadership team when we shared this presentation. We still have our equity and achievement team in effect, and so we are identifying a cadre of students ahead of time as 8th graders as recommended by the 8th grade teachers, and as Karen Reno and Colin Voigt go out and talk with the middle school. So that is ongoing. The other piece is the way we articulate, and so I'll be sharing this presentation as well with the curriculum directors of all of the 8th grade schools and explaining to them what we're doing and how we're advancing this information. Dr. Terrell's also meeting with all the principals, and so again, the more that we can get the communication out about what we're doing, the better. EOS, for whatever reason, has not done this with 8th graders in high school only districts. I don't know if you guys did anything with it in as a unit district in 204, but that's something as a second year would probably be a great answer to try to come up with, is how can we identify students a little bit earlier even. The other thing is, and we've been doing this for quite a while, and we're going to continue to do that, is we've been looking very closely at our freshman opportunities and options for kids. And we used to do a whole lot of sorting freshman year. We've been doing a lot less of that in the last few years, and we keep having conversations about entry points in algebra, entry points in English, entry points in science, and do we need such a stratified entry? So we're even having those conversations so that there's more opportunities for students to make those placements and get involved in an on-level prep or Excel course from the start. So we're looking to doing some things rather systematically as well, in addition to even all this.
All right, so I also think that there should be looking at entry points in world language as well, because, you know, in order to get in college, most require 2 years. And if we're not, a lot of our elementary feeders may not even be like working with our students of color on having them take a foreign language in 7th and 8th grade to be able to be prepared as they get here to take further. So I think there's a lot of stuff too that we also should be talking to the feeder schools about, that affect the tracking and affect where they're going to, kind of the track that they're going to end up on as they leave Lyons Township.
Absolutely. One of the things we've done recently as well is our Spanish for Spanish speakers class is now a COD dual credit course. So every one of our students who comes in speaking Spanish at home in a Spanish for Spanish speakers course will end up with their first 2 years of Spanish getting COD credit, and then moving into our Indiana University. So if they do all 4 years of Spanish, they will end up with essentially a minor in Spanish, just having graduated from LT. LT. So that's one area we've kind of addressed that. That being said, we also need to look at our supports, and are we pulling kids out of a language to give them some other kind of a support, or do we need to find a new way to deliver that support through differentiation so they can have room in their schedule for that language? And that's another really big conversation that we've been having independent of equal opportunity schools, because again, like you said, that's a barrier to many four-year colleges needing that 2 years of a language. And so how do we get them in there? That being said, we've found many students who haven't done much with languages prior to coming to LT really taking advantage of sign language and seeing that as a different type of language study. So that's even another way that we're sort of opening this up for other kids to connect them with that particular component.
Right, but I don't know that is sign language part of the world languages that colleges
When we did our surveying, the only college that we found that would not accept sign language was Notre Dame. All other top 20 that we send our students to will accept sign language.
And then I also think that too, we still have a huge gap that we saw in the standardized test scores that and AP scores that while I think we've said that we've done some programs over the last 5 years, I'm not sure what we've been doing where we don't have a number of students who are meeting the scores on the AP test, students of color. So I'm just saying, we've had our own program, so what was our own program and how is that going to be different than equal opportunity schools?
Yeah, this is a much more deliberate, tailored individual approach to get students into those higher level courses to ensure that they've been exposed to the content that they need in order to demonstrate the learning on those standardized tests.
I think the big difference is historically with equity achievement, we were looking at 30 to 40 students coming out of 8th grade, period. That was it. This is now giving us an opportunity to look at all 4,000 students and their goals and developing these insight cards. To me, that's the biggest difference.
I guess my concern is, how do you get a child that enters in humanities to an AP class?
It's another very big question we're in the middle of having a conversation about.
Right, because I mean, you're looking at, when you look at the focus areas, you've got 4 focus areas. So the first question I have is, what data did you share?
So we shared general student information. I can get you the exact list. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's the type of information that's reported in the school report card.
Okay. And then, and I had asked last week, so I'm hoping that maybe we could get it this week, for the different type of breakdown of the classes at each level. So how many prep classes do you have? How many Excel classes do you have? That kind of thing. And what is the makeup of each of those classes? To see where are the students placed currently. Because I guess my concern is, if we don't have the supports, like for example, if we don't have a co-taught model, we don't have the supports put into the class, how are the kids going to be successful? I mean, your kid could want to be in an AP class as much as they want, but that AP class 1 may never be obtainable for them. And if there's no supports for them, how are they going to succeed?
That's actually
my concerns.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it should be a concern. When we did our training with Dr. Muhammad, she talked a lot about that too, is if you're scaffolding so kids can succeed and you take away the scaffolding and they fail, you failed the student as well. So what can we do to build as we work to this goal for students to put them in those higher level classes and provide them the supports that they need? So that may involve additional summer bridge programming, that may require some more differentiation training. I think it definitely fits in the concept of culturally responsive teaching so that students are seeing themselves in the curriculum. And all those pieces we need to be very deliberate about moving forward. And to your point, there are students where they are in the humanities. Is that getting them to the right place, and is that the course we need to continue doing? Or do we need to do something a little different with freshman year and place students in a prep level course, make sure they have the differentiated training for the teachers, and that students then have the opportunity to advance through the curriculum. Every student takes interpersonal communications as a sophomore at the accelerated level. Our senior year, you have the opportunity to take AP or college, Indiana University courses, or a prep level in English. Maybe your interest, like Dr. Rose suggested, would be in a different science. It could be in any one of the 29 AP courses that we offer, or dual credit courses, which we offer. I think we're up to about 24, 25 of those, or looking at things that lead to a career certificate or even to TCD. So again, wanting to make sure that we give students the opportunity to meet their needs and goals by asking them what they are to begin with, and then changing our practice to make sure we meet their needs.
But I mean, back to my question, what supports are you putting in the classroom to make sure that they will be successful?
I would really love to have an opportunity to share that, because there's way more than just a quick list, because it's all the professional learning you've been hearing about. It's the professional learning we've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years. It includes differentiated instruction. It includes a lot of the pieces where we just need to now merge what we've been doing in training with what is exactly happening in the classroom, reviewing our curriculum maps to make sure, why do we need all these different levels if there's only a tiny little bit of difference, and a student, if they had a support, would be fine in this upper level. All those are part of really our commitment to curriculum review as well.
When will that curriculum review happen?
We've been doing it all along with completing the curriculum maps, and then I will be meeting with the individual chairs this year to set out that path. And again, that's something I'll have ready to share in the near future as well.
So are you referring to like a specific course in terms of how we're supporting students in
But
any
just
course,
in
or just
general.
in general, like
Right, because I guess
school-wide?
my concern is we don't know as a board, is there one prep math class given for freshmen, let's just
That's a
say
whole-
freshmen?
That's
Or is
certainly
there-
something we could, that's a whole other presentation that
Yeah,
would take
that could
probably
be
just as
another-
much
Right.
time, which
But
we
just,
could do
I mean,
that.
but just to even like back it up a little bit, we don't know, I mean, what are we talking about? Is there one prep class for freshmen, just saying, and there's 10 Excel, I mean, I have no idea how many classes are given, but one prep, 10
The
Excel.
level breakdown and how many
Right, where are
sections.
we at? Because then to measure success, the success will be when we go from like, let's just say we have 6 prep, 7 Excel, and then the next year we were able to have 4 prep, 8 Excel, I don't remember the numbers I said, but the prep is shrinking, Excel is expanding, then that gets us to where the goal is to advance the kids. But if you are all on a prep course and without a support within that classroom, how is this going to be, how are you going to achieve this? Because it might be great for some kids, but is it going to be great for all kids? But I feel like I don't even have information about, and I know we had talked, I think it was Friday, about what, are the different, for the core classes, what are the different levels of classes and what is the compilation of students within those levels? I think would be really helpful information for us to have.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at?
That sounds like possibly a whole nother discussion too.
Oh,
that-
yeah, I mean, well, the support
that.
piece for sure.
I mean, the
is
support
all-
piece
yeah.
for sure, but I think though the breakdown of the classes, to understand that, could be data that could be shared with us. Because I have grave concerns about how are you getting from prep humanities to an Excel, to getting to an Excel to an AP. Those are big jumps for a kid entering in, and it's not always attainable for every student. So I guess that's my concern is.
It's also not necessarily a straight line in the English curriculum. So again, the example with the student who was really science-focused, we have a number of AP courses in the science area that aren't AP physics or that don't require calculus that would be a very good entry point for a student. If you're interested in the humanities, our AP psychology is a very, very common, that's the #1 most in the nation that students take as an AP course. AP US history is another one where, again, if you're showing some aptitude early on and have an interest in history, it's one that's very manageable. So again, it's about finding the right blend. And it's possible for some of the students in the humanities program, we need to come up with a different path for them. It's also possible that we may need to really reconsider whether humanities is the right thing for students and whether that doesn't hold them back more than it advances them.
Right. But I mean, that would be my concern is it's not going to address all the kids.
We're going to survey every single kid, and we're going to try to meet the needs of every single kid. I mean, and again, our goal isn't to create curriculum to hold kids back. So if we're going to discover as we go through this process that things are not doing what they were intended to do, we need to change that. We don't need to keep doing the same old thing. And again, a lot of that's going to have to do with some parental support and some parental training. It's going to have to do with student interest and getting students involved. And it'll also be with teachers to make sure that the teachers are capable and interested in meeting the needs of the kids that walk in the door. So there's a lot of pieces to this, which is why it's a 4-year gradual release model. And this doesn't address every single issue that we have in our school. We have a lot of issues here that we want to address.
And I understand and appreciate that, but I just think it'd be great to track the classes and to look at the classes to see what are we even dealing with.
Absolutely, that's very easy to do. And something we plan on doing and that we've always done.
Requested that information.
I did last
think we're
week.
going to see that come through in future iterations and meetings here.
Because I think that would just give me an idea of where we're at.
No, that's awesome. And Scott, I was going to ask you a question too related to EOS. How will you guys be able then to provide some reports back to us too, and after the initial data is collected and after the surveys have been done and some findings that we can, some learnings, initial ones before you begin your spring rollout for enrollment in courses?
Yeah, we're able to gather, to run reports about the overall, not only what the students have to say, but also what the teachers have to say.
I mean, and we might identify that there might be some students we haven't heard or haven't heard from them are saying, I want more things like certification training and I want to look into other types of school opportunities that are not college related, so.
Right. Yeah, identifying the gaps that we have in our enrollment, in AP enrollment is the primary focus here, so.
Okay, great. And I know it's about 10 to 9 and I know we still have a lot to go through. Because we don't have a clock here, so I think we're kind of losing track of time.
So, I also know that too, we all know that parents can select to have their kids opted into certain classes and to excel into AP class. So even with that though, it's even in the written materials, basically it's you sink or swim kind of a thing. If you choose to go above the recommendation that this administration or has recommended, then you basically are going to be sinking or swimming. So there's no supports now. So it's a drastic culture to go to help support if you choose this model. And if you do this model, to definitely have some supports that are there for students who might need it. Because if not, it's not.
Right, that's a big part of it, is providing those supports. And again, that's what we want to do for our students anyway. And so when you're looking at those barriers and obstacles, so I can think of some kiddos I had who were like, I work, I'm really concerned, I have the potential, and this is the place I want to go, this is a career I want to have. And you're like, if you want to do that, you really need to be in this level of science, for example, or math. And so that was our part of knowing what those barriers and obstacles were and creating that system of support here to help them. So whether that was from being there to mentor them, to say, this is how we're going to use our time during the day, connecting them with a particular teacher who could help guide them a little more with that personal relationship. And that's how kids were successful. So we're saying, we believe in you, and you are telling us this is what you want to do. What can we do here to help you get there? It's really important.
Right, no, I know. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that people don't care, but that's the culture. We don't have that culture right now.
That's what we're working on. So, and that's a big part of it.
Okay.
Ready to move on to this section?
English learning, Leslie and Karen.
Karen.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. There's been a lot of information tonight, so I thank you for your patience as you listen to some more. And also I really appreciate, Leslie appreciates your interest in English learners. It's a small but growing, important population of learners in our school. And I just really appreciate your time. So I'm going to go through, and Leslie as well, we'll go through some data, we'll go through some, how the program works, and hopefully this will give you a better sense of how we're trying to serve the needs of our learners currently. So at the beginning of the school year, all divisions worked on mission statements, and our English learner staff members, which include paraeducators and administrator and teachers, worked on refining the English language learning mission. And I just wanted to share that with you today. It will ground certainly a lot of the work moving forward, and hopefully all of our work will be reflected in our commitments that we've made through that mission statement. So I want to talk a little bit about who our English learners are. Currently, we have 140 students identified as ELs, and this is a dramatic increase from prior years. It's a 40 student increase in one calendar year. And over the past 5 to 7 years, our program has fluctuated from about 60 to 100 students. And in the last 2 years, it's grown from, 60 to 80, 80 to 100, and now 100 to 140. And this is pretty consistent with nationwide trends of the EL population is growing in the United States, and in certain states in particular. Illinois happens to be one of them. So of those 140 students, we do have 108 Spanish speakers, our largest group, and then there are 17 other languages that are spoken amongst the rest of the students. One thing that I didn't include on here, which is just interesting to me and to the school, is our number of former English learners is actually really high. So at some point, we have about 450, I don't have the exact number, students that at one point in their education received EL services, but then transitioned out because they hit English language proficiency. So when you add the 140 to this 450, we have about 600 plus kids who come from really rich multilingual backgrounds, and it's something that we should really tap into. That's a gift and a strength, and so just kind of exciting. 70% of our students are identified as long-term English learners, and these would be students who have been receiving services for more than 6 years, and there's a variety of reasons why students remain receiving services. And 70% do come to us as long-term English learners. 47% of students are duly identified as an English learner and a student in special education. That percentage is alarming. It is high, and it is something that, programmatically we need to address, because when you have kids with really diverse needs, it's very difficult to address those needs well. So it's an area of scrutiny and one of improvement, frankly, that I think we need to address. So Leslie.
Sure. The figure that you see on the screen is the English learner progress to proficiency, and this is how that proficiency for English learners connects to our accountability as a district. So the numbers that you see for these groups represent a score. There are really complicated statistical formulas and mathematics that go into getting all of these scores and figuring out this progress to proficiency, which is a greater conversation that we don't have time for right now. But just to know that these are scores that are, each student receives a score from 0 to 100, and then these are the averages for these groups of the scores. And so what you see is that the all student category is our entire school. This is just one indicator of our overall summative designation as a school. 5% of our English, 5% of that score is calculated based on our English learners' progress to proficiency. So when you see all and you see that our EL student numbers are the same, that's because the number that is calculated within the all in our summative designation is pulled directly from the progress to proficiency of our English learners. They do have these different groupings, and those are the average progress scores for each of those groups. Scores are not computed for groups less than 20. So Asian English learners, Black English learners, White English learners were less than 20, and those scores are not calculated. The other scores are calculated and go into this calculation. I'm trying to think what else. So progress, or for students to reach English language proficiency, the state of Illinois gives students, or their goal is 5 years. But we know, as Karen talked about, there are long-term English learners, so that doesn't mean that every student reaches that within 5 years, but that is the goal, and that factors into student scores for proficiency and the goals that are set each year for those students to to increase their scores. Those aren't necessarily goals that students are aware of, but those are the goals that the state uses to calculate this progress towards proficiency. It's important, I think, to note that language proficiency is different than being fluent in a language, and it takes much longer to become completely fluent in a language. The proficiency really speaks more to students being able to be within classrooms without that support to understand academic language and progress through the curriculum. Trying to think. As I said, our summative designation, 5% of our summative designation comes from these progress toward proficiency scores. These are our proficiency levels. So the scores that are used to, the scaled scores on the access test are used to calculate the previous score. The proficiency scores that students receive on the access test range from 1 to 6, and they are broken down into these different proficiency levels that, and this is just a graph that shows where our students are across this proficiency continuum. The whole number, so a student who has a 3.1 means that they're at the 3rd proficiency level and just beginning to move toward that 4th level. Someone at a 3.9 would be very close to entering proficiency at a 4. So again, this is the breakdown of our scores over the past 5 years.
Did you want to mention about how it's harder to move?
Yes, it's important to note that students in high school, it is known that it is much more difficult for our older students, for our high school students, to make great improvements. You see the most dramatic improvements for younger students at the lower proficiency levels. Once students are in high school, it's not uncommon to see very slow progress and even negative scores or a backwards movement. And there are a variety of factors that go into that, and many of, as we noted, 70% of our students are those long-term EL students, so they are still considered ELs past that 5-year mark, and there's a variety of reasons for why that is.
Okay, so that's a little bit of the data. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the screening and the access test itself in just a moment, but I thought I'd start with how we identify our English learners, and there are a couple different pathways for identification. The first is when parents enroll their children, they fill out something called the home language survey. All of you who are parents in the district did this for your own children. And there are 2 questions that are asked. Is there a language other than English spoken in the home? And does your child speak a language other than English? If either of those questions have the answer yes, then that's the first flag, like, this student might need to be screened. And so typically that home language survey screener flag goes up for transfer students, exchange students, or students, we always have a population of students, for example, at Washington Middle School, that thought they would be going to Morton, and then sometime over the summer they would have transferred in, and I would not have known whether they were an English learner because they didn't share their information with me. Another way that I find out who our English learners are is through the articulation with the associate schools. So during the placement process, all of the students who are identified as EL, we work together for course placement, and then families are informed of EL placement because they don't need to go through the screening since they already have access scores. And I do articulate with the EL counterparts at the associate schools that have populations that take the access test. So anyway, once the screener takes place, as Leslie pointed out, it's scored 1 through 6. To be considered proficient in English on the screener, you need a composite of a 5.0. When you take the access test later in the year, which is the state-mandated English language proficiency test, the composite score for proficiency is actually a 4.8. So it's a little bit different. But anyway, I administer the screener, and then it takes a few hours for it's all computerized, and so it takes a few hours for the speaking and the writing to come through, but within 24 hours, I contact and have conversations with each of those students that I screen, and then make recommendations for placement if in fact they did not reach proficiency levels, and I explain that they can refuse services, but I offer whatever courses that I feel might be beneficial for the students. And so parents at that point Go to the next slide. The parents can accept the services, and that currently right now we have 9 families out of the 140 who have refused services. So that's about a 6% refusal rate, which is not high. And although a parent can refuse services, they can't refuse to take the access test. That's something that is something that they have to do every year. Last year was an anomaly because of COVID, and so you'll see, even if you go back to that data chart, there were 47 students that did not take the test, even after Herculean efforts to try to get families in over multiple testing dates. Because of the impact on COVID, especially in the Latinx community, a lot of families really just did not want their students in the building. So that is why our numbers were so low. And the state recognized that as well. And so they understand that there were far more holes in the data last year, but that really is an anomaly in terms of our testing here. So, so when it comes down to placement, when I'm making recommendations for classes, and this gets to your question, Jill, earlier about how do I work with schedules. So I'll share with you the typical EL course offerings that we have. I also, though, look at all students, and we're doing this at South Campus first. Any class, English, algebra, geometry, civics, health, driver's ed, which other one? World history, biology, and chemistry. I've identified teachers, and I hand schedule the rising sophomore, juniors, and seniors, and the incoming freshmen, hand schedule them in cohorts with certain teachers. Those teachers then are targeted for the SIOP training and to work with an instructional coach. So in some cases, there are 7 students with EL needs in a classroom. Sometimes there are 2. So that's kind of how I, have been trying to target more teachers that have a little bit more knowledge with those students. And the goal would be to expand that to North Campus moving forward. So what I usually do also with rising sophomores, juniors, and seniors in terms of developing their schedules is I work not only with the EL teachers that may have contact with them, but I review transcripts, I review grades, I talk to counselors, I sit on IEP teams, and we make course placements, and I actually hand schedule and lock those courses in the computer. And so I do that for all of the students that we have. And something that's very important are those transition meetings and placement meetings with the incoming freshman class. I get a lot of information and good contact information through that work there. So that's kind of how the schedules work. So in terms of our program, we have 2 simultaneous programs happening at the same time in EL. Because we have more than 20 Spanish speakers, we are required to have a transitional bilingual educational program. And the other students that are part of those 17 other languages, we do not have 20 students of any language other than Spanish. And so for those students, their program's called a transitional program of instruction. Now, those students will often be in the same classes together, but there are differences between the components of the program. So I'll explain what each one is. So for a transitional program of instruction, which would be for your non-Spanish speaking student, they are recommended for English as a second language, which would be all of our, we call it EL, ELL, EL classes. We're shrinking the name to EL in our academic program guide. But it also can include native language instruction when possible, and also history and culture of the country, which often happens through world history, frankly, or U.S. history for, they also need a U.S. history counterpart. I'll give you an example of a student who moved from another country, was a beginner, did not speak English. We needed to then pair the student with an Arabic-speaking paraeducator to provide support in the student's courses, even though we're not a transitional bilingual program. So there are times where we do offer native instruction for students who are newcomers, who are really low on that 1 through 6 continuum. The transitional bilingual education program is different. There are two different types of programs. There's a full-time program and there is a part-time program. The state approves us as a part-time TBE program. However, frankly, we really should be providing a full-time TBE program, especially with the numbers of Spanish speakers as we have and the fact that our program is growing. So this is an area that we'll talk a little bit later, but something to look at and to consider. So in a full-time TBE program, all of your graduation requirements would be offered in English as well as Spanish. And we do a good job of serving the kids in the ELL, the ESL components, and in sheltered English classes in social studies, but we do not offer courses that are those courses in Spanish as well. Additionally, you need that instruction about various countries and cultures. That often does happen through world history. Our world history ELL teacher can tailor that course to kind of hit the demographics of the students in front of him. And then they also are required to take U.S. history. A part-time bilingual program, we offer bilingual support to our Spanish speakers, but through the bilingual, there's a bilingual ESL certified teacher who runs all the ELL courses, the ESL courses, but we also have bilingual paraeducators, and I attach these bilingual paraeducators with the students of highest need in Spanish. They don't teach the student, but they do assist in decoding the language of the discipline. So when they're in biology, they'll help with understanding directions and explanations, but they're not teaching the students, but they're giving language support in Spanish. So we are a part-time program right now, so that means that most everything that we're doing is a sheltered English approach with ESL, but with bilingual support, with some staffing that we have. So we do have course offerings here, and this is where those are listed. And our EL courses are capped at 16 students, and which I believe is comparable to special education, isn't it? Is it the same?
13 is the legal cap.
Okay, so 16. All of our EL courses have bilingual paraeducators in the classroom. And to give you an idea of enrollment, we have 45 students currently enrolled in our EL courses or our ESL courses. We have 37 enrolled in our sheltered English social studies classes, and 69 students are enrolled in a tutorial class. The tutorial class runs like a guided study hall. There's usually a mini lesson on vocabulary acquisition or building background knowledge at the beginning of the tutorial, and then students are given support by an ESL or bilingual and ESL certified endorsed teacher, and there are bilingual paras in the tutorial to help the kids. Because you have a wide range of English language proficiency in each of those classes. So you need people that can address the needs of a lot of kids, a lot of different needs. And so we have about we have 5 sections of tutorial. So they're under 16 students apiece. So as I've mentioned, we have 1 bilingual ESL certified teacher, that's Francisco Gamboa. We have 4 ESL endorsed teachers that are teaching in tutorial and in the US and world history EL courses. We will be offering next year, thank you very much for your support with the EL reading course, which will expand some literacy opportunities for some kids. And then we do have 4 bilingual paraeducators. 3 are Spanish speakers, and we do have 1 trilingual Polish-Lithuanian paraeducator.
So one of the ways in which we can self-assess our program and determine our areas of need is through this, there's a snapshot of it on the screen, but the ISB puts out a self-assessment that schools can look at to help guide, and there are different components. It's a 16-page document that goes over 12 different categories, and it shows you kind of the goal, where should your program be, and then you have an opportunity to look at where is your program and what are those areas of improvement. So at the start of the school year, that's a self-assessment that Karen and Scott and I sat down and really looked at and determined what are some of our areas of improvement. They look at identification of students, the student assessment process and screening, providing services, different program components, our staff certification, professional development, parent and community participation, communication with our families, student records, duly identified students, that's the special education and EL students, and our Title III funding. So again, we'll talk in just a couple slides about some of the areas that we've really identified that we want to hone in and work to improve. But this self-assessment really helps to compare against what would the gold standard program look like and how can we get our program to that place. So when the state is looking at programming and how they're assessing programs to determine if we need extra support to improve, they're looking at these selection criteria. So that progress to proficiency, that score that we looked at on that first chart, if you are between 40 and 70, you're considered, let me say it this way, if your score is lower than 40, you're considered high risk for that indicator. If you're between 40 and 70, you're at a medium risk. And if you are above 70, you're considered a low risk in terms of that being a red flag for your program. So our score was 53.87, so that puts us in that medium risk category. Disproportionality of duly identified students is another red flag, and as Karen noted previously, currently we have 47% of our English learners are also identified as special education students. I looked back at the last 5 years of data on our initial referrals. So most of our students come to LT already with an IEP. We, in our English learner population, over the past 5 years, we've had 145 initial special education referrals in the high school level, meaning a student was referred for an evaluation either based on parent concern or through our SST and Tier 3 process, we've identified that a student has a need. Of the 145 evaluations or referrals for evaluation, only 6 of those students have been EL students, so about 4%. So many of the students that are coming to us already have those IEPs, and so that becomes a difficult problem, a little bit of a difficult problem to solve for us when our talking about disproportionality, because we're inheriting those IEPs and have to determine whether or not the student continues to need the IEP, and that's obviously a different process and a much more arduous process than just saying, okay, we don't want you to have dual identification, or it's not the problem that we here are saying, oh, you have English learning needs and we're going to go ahead and put you into special education in order to get your needs met. Obviously, though, that would be a red flag for the state to see that. Typically, they would then ask us to describe exactly what I just did. How many students are we identifying versus how many students have already come in with that identification. And then the third indicator that they look for selection criteria, and the selection criteria meaning which district are they going to focus monitor, which district are they going to come in and audit. That third indicator would be documentation that is submitted to the state, our bilingual service plan, any complaints that are lodged with the state about programming, the management of our grants, and then a high number of parent refusals. So as Karen noted earlier, we have about 6% of parent refusals. That's a very low number. So that would not raise a red flag in terms of this indicator, but certainly in other districts, if you have many parent refusals, that would be a concern, and that would be something that the state would want to look at. So looking at these selection criteria, obviously we have some things we want to continue working on, improving our programming to ensure that our progress to proficiency continues to improve, and then just keeping a close eye on that duly identified number and how we can continue to support students who are duly identified and making sure that we're not overly identifying.
We can both take it.
Sure. So when we looked at that self-assessment and just through conversation and looking at our data of where our students are at, these are some categories that we came up with that we really want to start targeting in terms of making some short-term and long-term improvements. So staffing and instruction, I'll let Karen take that and then we'll go across the chart.
Sure. So it would be ideal if we could hire a bilingual specialist. And a bilingual specialist is really someone who has that ESL or bilingual, well, actually in this case, it would be a bilingual / ESL certification. I really feel, the students that have the special education needs and the EL needs, we need more opportunities to be able to push into whatever schedules they have in order to ensure that the language needs are being met in whatever context the student is in. And so I see a great possible, opportunity for a bilingual specialist to serve in that capacity, as well as do some more instructional coaching for all gen ed staff as well. And with the removal of the liaisons, I do feel that we have a need for a liaison for the Latinx community. And so this person could also serve in that role. Another short-term area or next step could be to add the ESL endorsement preferred on all certified teaching position postings. In order to become endorsed for ELL, you can become provisionally endorsed after 3 classes or 9 credit hours, and the full certification is 18 hours. It's an added, most people, unless you're like Francisco, who that was their interest in their career, they add these endorsements later because they are interested and want to serve students, but also because they're shorter. It's not like getting a full master's degree. So anyway, if we were able to post that, I think that might send the message that we do value knowledge of teaching the diverse language learners. And then also just recruiting and hiring bilingual certified teachers or ESL teachers, and perhaps looking into ways to incentivize teachers for the first 9 hours of credit for the ESL endorsement somehow in the district, so we can get more teachers in classrooms with that training faster. You want to?
Sure. So professional learning, Katie and Jen went over our offerings. We want to continue that expansion of the SIOP training. That's a way that general education teachers across the board would be able to better address English learners. So, and that also goes into the second, is just supporting teachers in integrating and addressing the language proficiency standards. So teachers having knowledge about what those standards are and how those can be integrated into content standards is really important. And teachers would be better able to address all of that within their content area. And then continued expansion of culturally responsive teaching, educational practices, things like accessibility and universal design training. So ways that now that students have one-to-one technology, a whole world has opened up for different accessibility features and ways that students can engage with language that they weren't able to do before. So just making sure that teachers know how to promote those accessibility features, utilize those, and so that students know how to utilize those, especially when they are working independently. And then continued training on equity, dignity, and belonging. We know that achievement is connected to that sense of belonging and feeling like you have a place here, that you belong here, and you have those trusted adults. And so making sure that all of our students, especially our English learners who may not immediately feel that sense of belonging, have that and feel like they can be in a safe place to learn. Family engagement is continuing. We continue to work on our translation and interpretation services. So we partnered last year with Translation and Interpretation Network, which has opened up access to staff to be able to translate documents when needed, but also to translate any phone calls, any meetings, have interpreters present on the fly if necessary, but also for planned meetings. So that has really helped in support of especially our IEP and 504 planning. We know those meetings well in advance. We've got an interpreter who can be there, and we can schedule that throughout the entire school year. So that's been something that we've really focused on. I know that work that Jennifer Bialabach is doing and looking at our website and ways to make sure that everything we post, everything we send out can be easily translatable, not just to Spanish, but also to any other language that a parent may feel more comfortable receiving that information. So those are all things that we are actively working on right now and making sure that we're not leaving any of those documents left untranslated.
And then we also want to continue to emphasize the Bilingual Parent Advisory Council. When you have a transitional bilingual education program, you're required to have a Bilingual Parent Advisory Council, and it's intended for those parents of Spanish-speaking EL learners. And our first meeting is this Thursday, and it's been through many iterations. Through COVID, it was very difficult to to run it, and so we need to enhance our outreach with parents through the BPAC, but also in other ways as well. And once again, that goes back to the importance of a liaison to the Latinx community. The language piece is really important. My Spanish is good, it's not that good. And so although we have people that can do the interpretation and share the information, there's a difference, I think, between the kind of real community outreach that somebody who is truly bilingual would be able to do. So those would be our short and long-term, our wish list. But please ask any questions.
That the staffing and the instruction and hiring a bilingual specialist and the idea of like having that liaison and having that, I think that was really beneficial before, and I'm hoping that kind of follows into the plan of what you'd like to see and help, and I think that's a great, it would be a great addition or continuation of what was there.
Well, and then the one thing that we missed on the right-hand or the left-hand side that's very important is the addition of more bilingual course offerings. Another reason why we need to start looking at our bilingual programming is at Ideal and at Congress Park, those schools have dual language programs right now. And so those students are going to be coming to us with very advanced levels of Spanish, and we may not have the course capacity for them. And so we need to really articulate well and get prepared for not only doing right by the students that we have in front of us now, but also the future students that will be coming to us.
What would those courses look like that you would be looking at?
Well, there's a bit of a difference, and I'm learning myself about that. We do have this, Spanish for Heritage Speakers, which is the COD dual credit course, which is awesome. But the state just adopted the Spanish language arts standards, which will inform these bilingual Spanish language arts. It would be like the equivalent of taking English, but in Spanish. And so that looks a little bit different than the Spanish for Heritage Speakers course. And we would need to have, classes offered for kids who aren't literate in Spanish, but yet who are oral fluent Spanish speakers. It's a little bit different. So but I'm learning more.
Would you look at any other course offerings, like a college readiness for EL students, those kind of things?
We could also, another area of improvement would be summer bridge programs. We used to have a more robust summer offering for ELs. But yes, there could be other courses even down the sequence for that.
Keep the progression going, is what you're thinking?
I'm sorry, say that again.
To keep the progression going is what?
Exactly.
Because the one question I had in looking, and I know that this was, you did so much information when you gave me all the response to all my questions from when was it, before, after the October meeting?
September, yeah.
Was it September?
Late September, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, it's all blurring together. But, I thought specifically just to have a better understanding of the access scores and history of that per class, just so we can see, are we making progress? Because even though you have the screen with the proficiency levels, there's no historical data for that. And I know that, the hope was it would be available in this November meeting.
The tricky part about access, though, is that it's really that progress to proficiency score that you can track, and unfortunately, there's only 1 year of data because this is a new way of reporting to the state, and access score data is so individual that to take a snapshot of 1 year to the other, you need to track each student individually to see their growth.
But how would you suggest then that we track to see growth? Because if we have numbers growing, I'm not really the best with data looking at it, so I need it in a really good format. But if we're looking at specifically probably looking back at 2017, 2018, 2019, because those weren't outliers, that kind of thing, how would you suggest that we track the data then for the EL students to see that there is growth? Because would it be, it would be helpful, I think, to see that. Are we having, as the students are coming in, what percentage are moving on, or moving from
we do have-
developing to expanding.
We do have exit data.
Right, but the data in the middle with the long-term English learners, I think, is probably where you have so many of them. It'd be helpful to see, are you going from developing to expanding, or are they just really stuck? So for the full 4 years that they're here, they're always in developing. And then that's where you look at.
Yes, and the teachers look at that individual growth data. They have access to their students, and they're
But
able
for us as a board, I think, to look at in the community.
Yeah, Katie.
That would be that would be tricky because we wouldn't look at individual data.
Right.
And
But you
we'd
could
have
look at
to
how much
decide
percentage
if
change.
aggregate data was useful. That would be.
You'd have to.
That's your job.
Look at.
I don't know, you tell me how that would be best. Do you know what I'm saying? How can we show movement or non-movement?
Right. The state is going to start using this progress proficiency score. But in the interim, what I could do is look at each kid individually, subtract, right, where they ended up from where they started, or, and figure out the amount of growth that they accrued, and then start to compile that across all the students, so we could come up with a.
It sounds good. I don't know how it's going to look when it all comes out, but it sounds great.
I'll try
But
something.
something to show.
I mean, even if you just looked at like each little cohort here from year to year to see where there's growth. So how many of in 2021, we have 27 students that are in the developing. Next year, how many of those 27 students stayed in developing?
Yeah.
How many
That's
went
kind of what I
forward?
would like.
How many?
Right.
Yeah.
And some of these might move, some of the kids might move out of district, might
I
come
was
back
going
into
to say
district.
that
There
the
might be a lot
concern
of.
with that number would be understanding when the student entered and what previous programming they've been through, because in other districts, they may not have a TBE program, they may just be a TPE. There's a lot of factors that would make a difference in a student's proficiency score and how fast it's moving once they come here. So I agree, we can look at that data, but I think it's just data that has to be interpreted with caution, because there's a lot of factors that would go into how quickly a student is moving through this proficiency progression that aren't just simple, like from year to year to year.
That's the data that, as Karen, you were saying, the teachers look at. That's the data that teacher teams look at.
And the progress to proficiency will help, because what that does is it takes a student's scaled score and they're able to calculate using magical statistical formulas, but they can project how much that student should grow, and then that gives an interim target. And so then you can start to see, based on all the factors, the student should improve this much, and are we getting a student to that grade?
I guess that's something like
rate of
that.
improvement. That's the part. That's what Karen was saying, though, that they've only had 1 year of that, so that will be a good score.
Yes.
These scores are going to be less perfect. We can still do these calculations. We just have to interpret them with a lot of caution.
Because I think that'd be helpful for us as a board, or at least me, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but for me individually, to see, is there progress? Sure. And, and when you were saying, looking to a full-time program, what makes you, where are you at thinking that there needs to be a full-time program? At what level? Is there like a magical number? Like, how does that's required by the state, or is it just that would be beneficial for the kids?
Well, I think yes, it would be beneficial for the kids. Any time you can bolster the literacy and numeracy and in language in both English and Spanish, achievement follows. I mean, there's a lot of research to show that. I do think we have to do a deeper dive into the data with the students that would benefit from a bilingual program, because those numbers fluctuate. So I don't have a fully formed plan. It's just a long-term goal of figuring out how we can best
You
serve
see it.
those visions. Yeah.
But when does the state say we're at a part-time program to a full-time program?
They would say it now. So this is a compliance issue, frankly, and if we were audited, I believe that they would feel we should already be offering a full-time bilingual program. It's tricky in a high school, though, and this is why they often approve the part-time bilingual offerings, because they recognize that although you might have, let's say 20 Spanish speakers, you might have 5 freshman year, 5 sophomore year, 5 junior year, 5 senior year. So not only would we have to think about which bilingual courses would we offer, but we'd have to be creative about those groupings. Would we have multi-ages in them? Would we have like a one-room schoolhouse where you have all the different language proficiencies? in an algebra class, or would you have a teacher teach, algebra simultaneously with geometry? It's complicated. And so that's why we need to do a lot more thinking about this, but the state right now would feel with the numbers of Spanish-speaking students that we have that we should be offering a bilingual full-time program.
And do you have any idea for next year if the number will grow?
I don't know. I mean, that's the big question. I don't know if this is a trend or a blip. If it's similar to the rest of the nation, it's a trend. And I guess we'll just have to wait for another year or so to see what continues to happen.
We did not have 140 on the first day of school.
No, we didn't. See, that's the nature of our EL population too, is students come throughout the year. So I think at the beginning, we're up 10 than we were at the beginning.
Because I think when you did this report, in the response to this was like 139.
Yeah. So we continue to get kids throughout the year.
To piggyback onto that, one of my questions was, of the 70%, 98 students that we have that are long-term EL students, do we have a sense of how many actually came from the feeder district? And I heard you just describe that we get kids all the way through the year, but my thinking...
Most of them, okay.
Most of them. And then of the 66 students who are also EL and special ed, are most of those from the feeder districts as well?
Yes.
Okay, so earlier, Michael made the point, and I agree so strongly with it, is that we really need to be exploring what we can do more impactfully in a more robust way to work with the feeder districts, particularly District 102 and District 105, where we have kind of microcosms of LT to try to affect some of this. And there's, just as you said earlier, when you have, research would show that the students that have over 6 years, it's really hard to move that at that point. So we have to be proactive, even though we just have these kids for 4 years, of reaching in and working. It's a benefit that we don't have of not being a unit district. Right. But I think that those districts would be very amenable to partnering, collaborating, and seeing that it's not just EL students, lots of our, our achievement gap, lots of our other areas. I would really like to see not just how are we doing it now, but to have conversation and dialogue, and where are the opportunities?
I would like to say it's very exciting what 105 and 102 are doing with their dual language programs.
Yes.
And there's another little angle to this. There's something called the Seal of Biliteracy, that students who speak multiple languages can get a certification that's actually on their diploma. So Paula Nardi, who runs the Seal of Biliteracy through LT, has been partnering with Marcy Ortiz at Ideal School to talk about the dual language and the implications and, of those kids moving forward. So I do think that work's beginning, but I would agree. I think especially in the realm, we do a good job of, I attend all the transition meetings in terms of the IEPs at the schools, and it's not enough. We do need to talk more about how we're intervening, and it is a challenging group of students to reach, and even at the Bilingual Directors Conference, they were laughing at, we all need unicorn teachers that are all special ed certified, EL, certified, and content specialists. And it's just really hard to find staffing to be able to address all the needs.
If we were a unit district, we would have that capability to really develop all the way through. But we have a good relationship with those feeder districts. I can't help but to think that they would welcome with open arms the ability to have some thought and some vision planning about what we can do, and that could look in a whole variety of ways. It may even include, I hate to throw this out there, but it's true. It could even include some investment within the partnership. So I would really love to see that and hear about that maybe still yet in the near future this year. I don't know if you all agree.
That might be challenging this year.
Just to start
to come back with that.
Not to hear
that's a big topic, right? If you look at articulation from K-12, with 6 districts, that might be challenging to do in the next 6
No, not concrete plans, but opening up the dialogue and understanding if there's
absolutely.
Ideas and
Yeah.
opportunities.
The beauty is
Yeah.
that dialogue's been open, it's still, I mean, but there's all these opportunities for articulation and doing it at a higher level, for sure.
Yeah.
Great idea.
So when we say that would like to hire a bilingual specialist, is that the same as having a co-top model, or no?
No, there are different, push-in support would be an adult who would go into a biology class, for example, maybe work with a group of students in that context. That would be a short-term fix, you know. I would co-teaching with EL special ed would be phenomenal.
Right, but is the bilingual specialist a teacher,
Yes.
or is it, or is he or she a?
It would be a certified teacher.
Okay.
I'm confused on that language too, because then you mentioned teachers below that, I think is another one of the measures hiring.
This is different, the areas of improvement is different than what I had in mind.
Just,
What?
Oh, you know, we just reformatted the chart a little bit today. She was saying that in the initial packet,
Some stuff was added in there, so maybe.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we did. We made a few
couple,
revisions.
yes.
Okay. I'm like, okay. Is there any other changes with the program, or is it just for the improvements?
We just added to that slide.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, that was the only one.
I can share the updated PowerPoint, the updated Google Slides that
Have
we
it for
walked
the-
through. I can share
for the
that
board
with
meeting?
the board. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Any other questions from the English learning perspective?
I mean, so much going on, you guys. I really appreciate it. I know everyone's put a ton of time and effort into this.
Yeah, I wanted to just end by saying, obviously, thank our board for the interest in these topics. That's awesome. And also just thank our team. I mean, in addition to the work, all the work you heard about tonight that they're doing on a daily basis, their challenge tonight was to compile this in a way that flowed. And we hope that that's how it came off, is that all of this work is certainly interconnected, and the amazing work that they're all doing, plus many others that weren't part of the presentation, but many others that are doing this as well. And we're certainly excited about what we have ahead, and also very proud of what we've been doing here in a short amount of time.
I just want to say the whole presentation was phenomenal, so powerful. It's so exciting I know all this work has been going on in different aspects. For me personally, what was really exciting to hear tonight is to hear about it all in a very systematic way, with all of the areas that are intricately woven in this being touched upon. So thank you all. It was really, really powerful and enlightening.
And then being honest with us too, where we have some work, lots of work to do, because we need to hear these things and understand the challenges that we're facing and what we can do to support our students. So that helps us know where we need to continue this conversation. So this doesn't just end here like tonight. This work is going to have to continue on, and I know you guys are doing all that, but that's also for us to take on too. So we'll do that part as well. Thank you. Are we good? Are we okay to close that part up? Okay, great. All right, thank you all. We have public comment, actually our second public comment for the evening. I really appreciate those who've been sitting here waiting to have their moment for public comment. I do have to just reiterate a couple of things here about our guidelines, just so that I can make sure that everyone in the community and everyone else who participates is aware of how our procedures are. But and this is information that we post on our website as well, but the policy basically reflects that, and I'll just state it here. We ask all individuals who sign up to speak, please adhere to the following guidelines. Individuals that provide that they are residents will be permitted to speak before individuals that do not identify themselves as residents. Each speaker should state their name clearly and address before beginning, and will be able to address the board for up to 3 minutes. Speakers must conduct themselves with respect and civility towards others. Specifically, individuals should display mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct. Individuals shall not strike, injure, threaten, harass, or intimidate a staff member, board member, or any other person. They may not use vulgar or obscene language, impede, delay, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with a board meeting, including using cell phones in a disruptive manner. They may not engage in any conduct that interferes with, disrupts, or adversely affects the district or a board meeting. Violate other district policies or regulations, a directive from an authorized security officer or district employee or board member. And just to note again, I think everyone is pretty much aware of this, but it's not the board's practice to directly engage in discussion or answer questions during public comment. We usually do our follow-up after that. So right now we'll move on. Marilyn, I think we have speaker.
Hello, I'm Mary Frances Griffin. I'm a para-educator here for 14 years. I'm here today with several other para-educators. Please stand up. Everyone probably wants to stand up, but the reason we're here tonight is to be seen, as inspired by Dr. Rowe. We're all here. We are currently in contract negotiations, and we do want people to understand and know who we are. But we've been told for years that we have college degrees, we mostly live in the area, we pay taxes, that we're dedicated to our students. But we want you to understand that we also need to feel respected in our workplace. Everyone's very kind to us, and we do appreciate that. But kindness does not pay our bills. So we want you to know that we are available to speak to anytime. We are dedicated to our students. We are considered essential workers. I think tonight, paraeducators are mentioned 10, 15 times. Yet, very often we're not mentioned otherwise, except when you need us or when you're short on our staffing. And right now, we have an enormous amount of pressure on us because we are short on staffing, and we're getting short on enthusiasm. We want to stay a vital part of the team, and we're hoping that you'll support us through these negotiations because we want to continue making these kids' lives better. We get to know them on a level that teachers just don't have the time to do. And they might, God knows what their caseloads are. I probably am one-on-one with 3 kids a day, and I have another maybe 6. So we know each other. You can't do that. But when you ask me a question, I can tell you whether or not they fit there. I can tell you why. I think every one of these people cares as much about these kids, if not more, no offense, than you do. Because we meet their parents more often. We're much more integrated. So we're just hoping that you will see us as essential as we know we are, and support us through our negotiations. Tap on our shoulders, call us, text us, whatever you want when you need us if you have questions about what we're looking for. Our team is all prepared. We're here to help, but we want to be seen and we want to be included. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again for your patience waiting throughout the...
Tonight was a packed suitcase. We had a lot to go through, so thank you very much.
Before we get into the resolutions, I just want to remind our team they're free to.
Yeah.
I'd said to our team ahead of time, they're free to leave after this.
Yeah, the next.
I don't know who teams are. You're throwing me.
I shared that, but I will share it again. I will share that again.
All right. So the next section of our meeting tonight, and we're just before we close, we're going to be reviewing the IASB 2021 resolutions packet for the November meeting. So are you guys familiar with kind of what the IASB, why they do this, and this is an annual thing, and these resolutions come up every November? And historically, LT hasn't really had any representation. They don't send a delegate, and this board felt that it was important that we do that we have representation and we send a delegate. So Julie graciously volunteered to attend and to go. Yes. And the hope would be too, that we would continue sending a delegate every year and that we would be able to, if people would volunteer at an interest level, that would be awesome because it'd be great for everybody to get a different chance to participate. And the delegate assembly is only one part of it. Obviously, there's like workshops and material and classes and things like that that are also helpful to have too. So, but the delegate assembly part is pretty important because these resolutions often inform and kind of guide how school boards will interact throughout the state of Illinois for future years to come. So there wasn't really any guided formal process that they provided to us. So we're going to try to make this as streamlined as possible because all of us, with respect to time and how much time we've put into tonight's meeting, Julie, like I said, is going to actually walk us through each of these items very briefly on a high level for each one of the resolutions. The idea being that, and Julie and I went back and forth about how did they actually intend for us to vote, so to speak, or to have a discussion about it. We're interpreting it as the idea is that the committee is giving us their recommendations and asking us to agree with them. So if we say we don't agree with something, that means we're basically trying to call to light anything that maybe we don't feel comfortable voting with the way that they're guiding. If we are comfortable with it and through a head nod we all agree that yeah, this one's fine, move on, we can kind of continue through that process. So I think we'll just do it that way and kind of go and then have a discussion on anything that we feel is a sticking point we want to come to, okay? Great. Really take it away?
Yeah, thank you for that tee up, and this is obviously my first time participating in this effort, but my understanding is we are to gain consensus, or at least I assume a majority vote if there's items where we don't reach unanimous consensus on how I should vote at this upcoming meeting on, Saturday, November 20th, on these 23 different topics. And not having been there before, some may be handled in a consent agenda, some may have a lot of floor time with some debate. It'll be interesting, and I'm happy to report back in whatever method people feel is appropriate. As Carrie mentioned, there seems to be a resolutions committee. Our materials contain kind of the list of who's on that committee, who and what district they represent. My casual read of it feels like it's a geographic representation, but perhaps an unweighted representation, meaning there aren't many members from Chicago, where I think many of the public schools would be. So folks that have been involved and again made recommendations. So without further ado, there's two different orders. There's this list that is in kind of an odd order, non-sequential, but then our packet is in numerical order, so I thought we'd go in numerical order.
Too, but yeah.
And so I'll try to just read the item. I have a sentence summary on what it is, and then we'll just ask if there's any need for discussion. And I'll share what the IASB recommendation is. So the first one is the pre-service teacher education and licensure in literacy. This is to address low literacy rates in Illinois. It's saying that IASB shall advocate for legislation mandating the ISBE require pre-service teachers seeking licensure complete at least one undergrad literacy education course solely dedicated to scientifically proven methods of reading instruction, and that they need to get a passing score on Foundations of Reading exam. The IASB recommendation is, they say, do adopt, or yes, adopt. Did anyone read this item 1 and have any interest in discussing, or should we assume we can go with their recommendation of do adopt?
Yes? Yep. I think so. Yep.
Adopt makes sense.
Like it.
Number 2, student safety and protection plan. IASB shall support and advocate for legislation to provide local school boards the option to allow voluntary district employees to carry a concealed firearm on district property. The IASB recommendation on this item is do adopt. Is anyone interested in discussing this one further?
No. Yeah.
And we've heard from some members of the community, or at least I have, that people are encouraging us to vote no or do not adopt.
Why is this nominating committee? Is it because it's not represented to this area? Why would they be
So
saying to adopt
in
it.
each, I'm on page 10 of their report, they do always offer an explanation.
I know, I read it, I'm still
Okay.
just like, why?
I think they're leaning into the whole local control side of it was the way that I read it, but
No.
I'm still not okay with that, so.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think one thing that stood out to me was they mentioned that while they have the funds to support a school resource officer, which would handle and address that need that they have, which is that they don't have a police department nearby, but they were also having a hard time fulfilling that role or maintaining or keeping that person hired, but it sounds pretty skewed toward like an argument for one particular district. So I just think in general, I mean, we've talked about this, it doesn't really, I mean, I've had conversations with some people in the community, probably even with you guys at different times, but just that, more guns in school doesn't necessarily make our students safer. And I think, and I know that some of the argument spoke to it going back to being that local control idea, but it's not really just a local issue. If your child were to go to that school, it's not suddenly just that school, right? It's going to be could be your kid in that school. So we're, if we take that position, I feel like we're kind of taking a position that would ensure safety for most of the students, for most of the school districts in Illinois. That's just my thought, but I think, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's leaning on the circumstances being very different. But you look at your circumstances then and you figure out how to make it work within.
And there's
this-
opportunity
yeah.
to do that. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Jill wanted to share.
I would say I would vote for it, but obviously I'm in the minority here, so. Because I'm looking at it from a statewide, where there are some people that schools might benefit from this, and maybe I can't put myself and with our community into those schools.
I see your perspective.
When you look at, I don't want to take away that right from the schools that might be a benefit for them and don't have all the resources for those things to be in place. So, I wouldn't want to take away that choice from somebody. And that's like what they say at the top of, that's one of the arguments as to why to vote for it. I don't know that my voting for it would mean that we're voting for it in our school.
No, we're not, but I think my
But
point
I think
was-
we can vote. I mean, I think for the state, I would like to leave that up to the schools to see if I don't know that we can understand a school where you don't feel safe.
But I think that,
Same degree.
I guess I feel like we're making that decision also though for our students too. Like it does impact our students. So it seems like it's just local, but it's not really going to only affect locally. It's going to could affect anybody's student who goes to that school. When you're visiting for sports teams, for,
But we
clubs.
might be going to a school where it's not safe for a sports team.
You might be what?
We might be going to a school that's not safe for a sports team event. And that's the safety protocol that they put in for their school.
I think some would argue that having any gun on a school property makes it less safe. Yeah. So
I mean, I can see that argument, but there might be guns anyway, so,
When you say not safe, you're talking
Just
about not
because there is
having
a
a
gun from
resource.
there. Right, just because there's a gun doesn't mean that it's not going to be safe, but maybe without the gun, it's even more unsafe for the kids to be there without someone being able to protect
But I
them.
thought this opens the door for like other teachers to also have
Yeah.
guns as well. It's
Yeah,
not just one
I mean, it
person.
probably could.
Right.
Once
sure.
you start setting that, so.
I just wouldn't want to take it away from a school they would want this for their teachers to feel safe. But I think I'm in the minority.
And I
so.
think if this were to pass statewide and let's say in 4 years, completely different board sitting in this room, they could all vote that for our school district, we want guns in the school.
Right, that's true.
Right, it's just because we
But
have
we
a
don't know what
resource
the
officer.
circumstances might be. I mean, I would say it was a really scary time when everything was going on, that if that was a daily occurrence or a weekly occurrence at our school, when we had, the incident that had happened, maybe we would feel differently about it. I don't know, but we can't foresee the future. I mean, I hope to God that would never be a situation that our district is in, but there are districts that have that safety concern, so my vote would be to vote yes for it.
So do we need to take a roll call vote on this?
Majority.
I don't think. Or just, you don't have to do roll call, just a
Hand-
majority.
a hand
Okay,
vote?
yeah, hands up, that works.
Straw poll.
So who would vote do adopt, which is going with the recommendation? And who would vote do not adopt? 6, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll move on to number 3. Which is, school board member compensation. Okay. IASB shall support legislation to provide fair and reasonable compensation for school board members. The recommendation is do not adopt. Is there any discussion warranted on this item?
I agree, do not adopt.
So do I.
And please just speak up timely
Yes.
if there's,
Yes.
as you all are. Okay, we'll move on with do not adopt. Thank you. Number 4, board member childcare reimbursement. IASB shall support and advocate for legislation to allow board members to be reimbursed for childcare as a result of participation in board meetings. Recommendation is do adopt.
Yes.
I would agree.
Yes, agree.
Great.
Any discussion? We're all in agreement?
Yep.
Thank you. Number 5, remote virtual school board open meetings. So IASB to urge the Illinois General Assembly to pass legislation to allow school boards and committees to allow meetings to transpire via audio or video conference without the physical presence of a quorum of the members, as long as certain conditions are met that are detailed in the discussion. Recommendation, do adopt.
Agree.
I'm good with that.
Do adopt.
Good? Thank you. Number 6, reorganize board from 28 to 40 days. IASB to support legislation to change the legal requirement of reorganizing a newly elected board from within 28 days to within 40 days. The recommendation, do adopt.
Do adopt.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Good.
really crazy.
Okay.
Crunch time.
I like it. Number 7, Indigenous people curriculum inclusion. IASB shall support legislation to include the study of Native Americans for social studies and U.S. history content. Recommendation, do adopt.
Do adopt.
Good? Okay. Number 8, science of reading curriculum. IASB shall urge the adoption of legislation that all elementary schools in Illinois will use the, quote, science of reading in their K through 5 curriculum, and funding support is being sought for 2 years of teacher professional development. Recommendation is do not adopt.
Agree, do not adopt.
Any discussion, any differing
It's
opinions?
a very narrow scope.
Yeah, I don't feel like right.
So it's very narrow. I mean, that's why you have
It's
curriculum
K through
directors
5,
and.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of,
Okay, number 9, the health and sex education curriculum. IASB shall support and advocate for local school district control of content and curriculum for health and sex ed courses offered in their district. And I'll just add that they mention in the description, although I think SB means State Bill 0818 currently states that a school district may, rather than shall, use the new curriculum. There's concerns that the state legislature can change this to shall at any time without local district input, and we've seen in the past with previous bills. Just a recommendation is do adopt.
So I've seen a lot of chatter about this, and I think they're leaving it up to the schools, is the way that I'm reading that. Right?
But I think
Yeah.
they're saying it's going to go from may to shall.
They're
That's the
saying it
interpretation of
could go from may to shall. So I
that's the
read it
risk.
as, right now, there's no requirement that all schools have to follow this. But in the event going forward, there's a new mandate, this would provide flexibility for local school districts to potentially opt out or change the curriculum.
Oh,
I think it's,
and not
All right,
address
thank you.
what's considered national standard.
I think it's tricky, and I think it's a tricky topic, and I think I would worry that kids in underrepresented groups or gender identity or sexual orientation groups perhaps might be one aspect of health and sex ed that folks would.
I was completely misreading it when I was going through it last night, so now, so just
Getting
so
some
you know.
context. Yeah.
More aligned.
So I'd worry about the
Yes,
kid who doesn't feel
100%.
represented
Yep.
in the curriculum. They might be just putting a different lens on it, so if there's other, so I would not agree with their do not adopt personally.
What do you, so do not adopt? Is that
I'm
what you're
sorry,
saying?
their recommendation is do adopt, and
What
I
are
would
you
disagree
saying?
with that. I would I would vote do not adopt local schools to be able to opt out of
Do not adopt.
any future, again, this isn't even
I
a
didn't
rule
understand
today.
it at all, so I'm.
No, I'm understanding it, yeah. The national standards are taking into consideration a lot of the things that we've been discussing with equity and also representation. And by leaving it up to local control, there may be a risk factor in those things not coming into curriculum or being available to students in public education, which is, again, then you go back to students feeling like, well, they only talked about sex between a man and a woman, or, or just, I'm just using that as an example, that was like, but just if the goal is equitable education, then it doesn't, yeah.
That's the accurate representation of it. It would allow school districts to opt out of teaching certain state
Right.
standard-based topics.
Which is already an option though, today. So this is like, as I read it, and again, I'm not an attorney, but I'm reading the language they've provided, that's why I read that extra sentence. Although SB 0818 currently states a school district may use the new curriculum. This is sort of a preemptive move if that language were to become more mandate or more restrictive.
Yeah.
Seems like it could be addressed at that time, perhaps. Is there any?
I'm fine with do not adopt.
Agree.
Yeah, him too.
Should we?
Do not.
Do we want to do a hand vote? Do we want to?
Sure, we can hand vote.
Anyone, everyone interested in going with the IASB recommendation, do adopt, please raise your hand. And all those wishing to say do not adopt, raise your hand. Okay. Thank you for clarifying and your patience. Number 10, cannabis sales. IASB shall introduce and support legislation that would that would allocate 20% of state tax revenues from cannabis sales to public education programs that support youth development, violence prevention, and health education. IASB recommends do adopt, despite the touchy nature of the subject matter, I believe.
Yes.
Any discussion?
Well, I think it sends the wrong message.
That was part of what they mentioned.
They did have that as a rationale, that's true.
Even though like our state, some of our state education funds come from the lottery or into the public schools, I do think that this sends the wrong message if we adopt that, but.
Message of that it's acceptable, and it's under 21, because it's, the program's, because you have to be 21 or older to purchase.
Well, just in general, I mean, while it is recreational now, I just think it sends the wrong message. But that's just me, so you guys.
Tell me this is the idea that we make money off the sale of, we would make money off the sale of it.
Well, the taxes that
Right.
the state takes would.
So we
give
would
us-
take.
Right.
Take some of those taxes.
Yes, and then they would go to support youth programs, including violence prevention, health education, and.
We just voted no to health education, so.
But let me understand this. If we would get tax money anyway we would get tax money from, wouldn't we get tax money? I guess not.
Maybe not if it's not lobbied for.
No to health education.
What?
We didn't just vote no to health education. We voted that they couldn't make their own decisions.
Right, but I'm just saying, right, but not that you couldn't have it, right, but this would be going to programs for health education.
I can read.
Right, but they could be anything.
It would be if the district would have it,
Yes.
but not to change the language.
So, I mean, it says the current structure for distribution of cannabis sales tax revenue is discussed, where schools are currently receiving some cannabis proceeds already through the general revenue fund. And so this is just opening up, I think, opportunity for them to advocate to
more money
the General
from it.
Assembly to get more money for it.
And to give money to programs that might be in need.
Correct.
I personally am in favor of it. I mean, Illinois has done this as a tax revenue stream
Yeah.
to fund
Right.
programs, to fund different things for Illinois. to your point about lottery and already monies coming from areas such as this, I don't have any problem with voting for this personally.
I agree. Show of hands, or any more discussion on cannabis? Number 10, recommendation is do adopt. Who would agree with the recommendation, do adopt? Okay, who would agree, disagree, and would vote do not adopt? Okay. Thank you. Number 11, moving right along, we're almost to the halfway point. Clean energy infrastructure federal funding. IASB shall urge the Congress of the United States, now we're going federal, to provide federal funding to school districts for clean energy infrastructure, for example, solar panels, geothermal heating and cooling, and wind turbines. The recommendation was do not adopt. And I think it was
Based upon one incident of the school because they were able to do some project without it or something. It was kind of an interesting rationale on this one.
Yeah.
One committee member mentioned a solar project that their district just completed and also expressed concerns of the diversion of federal funding when the current system was working.
I don't ever understand the diversion of federal funding.
I don't understand the idea of the current system working.
Basement a lot.
They've been very busy down there.
But Champagne, I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
Yeah, Champaign is busy.
We can barely even get through these.
This one also struck me as being strange that they would recommend do not adopt, and we're just pushing for federal funding for green, green environmentally friendly initiatives.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to entertain support for do not adopt as they're recommending, or would we be going against the recommendation?
I'm going to go against the recommendation.
I would go for do adopt.
Yeah, I would say do not. I would agree for them. We would adopt, so
Okay.
yes.
Go no.
Any need for a vote, or are we pretty much in alignment?
There, okay.
Number 12, electric school buses / charging stations, federal funding. So similar but different. IASB shall urge Congress of the U.S. to provide federal funding to school districts for clean electric school buses and charging stations. Recommendation from the group was do not adopt.
I just didn't think the argument was held up for them to agree to do not adopt. It just didn't make a whole bunch of sense to me.
And I don't think there's any foreshadowing of requiring a full shift to electric vehicles. I think there were concerns about infrastructure and charging stations, but.
Why, are they worried that the ISB doesn't have the people to be able to be lobbying for this, or, I mean, is there a reason they're not adopting?
The discussion was around the question of whether or not electric buses were practical for all areas of the state of Illinois, especially rural areas. With recognition that electric bus technology has advanced recently, concerns over practicality for all districts led to a decision by the committee to not recommend the resolution.
I mean, Allison, to your point, and I don't know, I'm speculating at this point, if when they're told that if it were to pass and they were like, yeah, you can go after, funding, I don't know if that's a resource issue or if it's just, and maybe it's sometimes, you sometimes wonder, sometimes the stuff just, I don't want to say it sits on a shelf, but it's sort of there until the need arises kind of a thing. Or maybe there will be some special initiative of them going after it if it were to pass. Maybe they would have to put some like advocates behind sending them. But, I mean, at this point, it seems, I don't know, when you're talking about federal funding and getting those kinds of resources, I just don't know why we wouldn't just agree to try to go after
I wouldn't suggest we read into it if it's not in the explanation,
Yeah.
but.
So
That's
do
true.
adopt? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we're saying we don't
Okay.
agree with them, I think.
Yeah, their recommendation is do not adopt. Is there anyone supporting their recommendation? Michael, yes? Anyone else?
I don't think we have the buses, like the bus companies have the infrastructure, like to be able to do it. So like, why are we supporting it? And we don't even have bus companies that are even in this space to a big extent yet.
Again, I think it becomes sometimes a future state, right? Because like, yeah, if we look at our current, sometimes I feel like there's some things on here that didn't seem quite relevant or certainly weren't relatable to us, and we don't have much,
Right,
you know.
I know, and then it can come back next year. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think this will be an interesting learning experience.
Yeah,
Come
that's
back
so
and
true.
tell us so that we, to that
Understand
end,
it better.
like, is there conversation when you're down there? Do you get more insight?
That's a good
It'll
point.
help us understand the context around some of these conversations. So I think, for this one, if we say we don't agree, why wouldn't you go after funding if it's available to you? But maybe you're gonna find out like some of these nuances, like Allison's talking about, like, do they not have resources to go lobby? Does that mean we're not getting funding in another place? Like,
that's true.
I think because we haven't really participated in this before, so anyway.
Great point.
Well, and the representation that's down there is going to be important too, to know who, like how, what school districts across the state and what type of school districts are sending a representative. Or is it all Champaign?
I'm just gonna say it's got a little bit of a stronghold on it.
So
Where are we with this one?
I say we do
Right.
it.
They
I don't
produce all
care.
these proposals. The Mercer's another one.
That's what I'm saying too. Yes, I'm saying that.
I don't think it.
Yeah.
So let's,
I mean, we're not in that situation in our area, but there may be other school districts that are in the area, and why not? I mean, it's
my
clean
thought.
energy,
That's
why
why they're
not?
asking for it.
Yeah.
I would
probably.
do
Adapt.
What are you saying, Jill?
I mean, why would we not, because there might be, our school buses don't go far away. Some of these
Right.
districts, these school buses could be going 50 miles with kids. I don't know, maybe that's far reaching, but I'm thinking,
Well, they could, I mean.
with these small little towns, maybe Champaign, I don't know. There's a lot going on down there. They might be driving a long way where it might be necessary.
so the recommendation is do not adopt. Can I see a show of hands of who would concur with their do not adopt recommendation? One. And anyone voting do adopt? Okay, thank you. And anything that's in a do not adopt from their recommendation is not subject to a consent agenda item, from what I read and understand, so I imagine there will be some element of discussion, at least at a minimum, on the do not adopt.
You can report back that we were all off the mark or something.
Okay.
You guys didn't even have close to the full picture.
Great.
All right.
Okay, let's see, landscaping federal funding. This is IASB shall urge Congress of the U.S., so federal again, to provide federal funding to the school districts for landscaping and infrastructure improvements to mitigate the effect of environmental problems, such as rain gardens, pollinator gardens, stormwater detention areas, certain types of trees, sidewalks, bike paths, et cetera. I believe I wrote this down right. The recommendation is do adopt.
Do adapt.
Any discussion?
I think it's a similar type of situation as what we just talked about. I think the parameters in here are kind of broad, but I would still lean towards adopting it, particularly for those school districts who have, environmental issues that have really interrupted or limited how they can service their students.
Any other discussion? Speak now? No? 14, expand broadband internet access. IASB shall actively present, support, and advocate for legislation that expands broadband internet access for families across the state of Illinois. Recommendation, do adopt.
Do adapt.
Do adopt.
Any discussion needed? Nope. 15, child gun, sorry. Let me try that one again. Number 15, child-safe gun storage. IASB shall support and advocate for legislation which strengthens safe gun storage laws in Illinois, requiring gun owners to store firearms in a securely locked container if a person under the age of 18 is likely to gain access to the weapon without permission. And in the description, they of course flag that there's current laws in Illinois that applies to, and it was, I think, inconsistent, it's either 15 or 14. Under the age of 14, and then up to the age of 15 was the other one, so I couldn't tell when you're 14 if this applies. So my interpretation was this is extending that age up to 18 on an existing law. Recommendation is do not adopt. Make sure I'm on the right item. Yeah.
I think if it's just an extension of age to 18, I mean, that directly impacts us. I mean, our high school students. So for me, extending the law to the age of 18 is a benefit to our students and to our community. So I think saying do not adopt, I would disagree with do not adopt. I would suggest that they do adopt it because, again, I think it's another safeguard measure that just helps prevent unnecessary gun violence via suicide, mass school shootings. I mean, a plethora of other things that can happen to our student body. So I feel like if we've already gotten it to 14, why did we stop? Did we suddenly decide that after junior high, they're no longer a risk factor to themselves or to others? And I think if they're under 18, then it makes sense to extend that law.
I'm not an expert. I tried to look up some laws and rules and regulations. I think Illinois is one of 11 states in the U.S. that has a gun safety storage law. But that I think I also read that you have to be in Illinois 21 to own a handgun or revolver, so a firearm, and you have to be, or even possess one, and you can be 18 at a minimum to own a long gun, rifle, or other type of gun, own or possess. So it seems like legally you can't be 17 and be possessing or touching any type of gun in Illinois. So it seems a little odd that there's a gap.
Yeah, it does seem like a little strange.
Storage issue, but.
The rationale was also like schools stay in schools and like somehow it doesn't reach, somehow it's too far reaching, but I'm with you. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of do think it is a bit too far reaching for like a school board to tell, to make this law. Like, I can see it being a law that is being made by the municipality itself or the state, but like for a school board to go in to say this, I think it is a bit far reaching.
But it's not just, it's to support the legislation, yeah.
They're going to lobby for
We're not enforcing
legislation
it.
to extend
We
it.
can't enforce it. Right.
I don't understand what you're saying.
They're using the
IASB is just
power
going to
of the
lobby.
IASB
They're going to bring voice to it.
Or advocate for it.
Yeah.
Like, we think that
Advocate
it's
for
good
it, yeah.
legislation for
Our student safety and our communities
Right.
to support,
They're gonna support the
expand
concept. They don't
gun
have
safe,
the power
safe gun storage.
do it.
School boards are not creating the laws that.
Right, and we're not enforcing it either. It's not like, it's not an overreach into somebody's home by us as a school board saying, you will do this. It's just us saying that we believe in the best interest of the community and student safety, that it makes sense to support legislation that would provide for this type of a law. I mean, I think school boards and schools probably have a responsibility to have a position on that. So this is just, I think, us saying what that position is. And I feel like it really is another extra method of safety that we would support. At least I would support it.
I think, although I would be very supportive of the whole idea of gun storage, it's the whole aspect of, I think it's too far reaching to say what, and I really support what they say at the bottom, as to go what someone should be doing in their home. And I have to say,
I guess I feel like it leaves the home. I mean, it's like, we own it. I mean, I don't know. Brian,
but I think you have to give some responsibility to the parents.
Sure.
And that's kind of telling the parents
The
what
law
to
would
do. And it's not that maybe they shouldn't have the guns locked up, because I mean, who would argue that you should just be leaving your gun out? Nobody, right? I don't think would argue. You know what I mean? Like, it's out of the coffee table. But I think to have that as a school board, to lobby and to advocate for that as to what somebody should do within their home when they have the right to do it, to me, is too far reaching.
Then I would probably have gone back to the first law that got to 14 as being that same argument.
You can have a FOID card at 14. So, I mean, that does say that in here. Not that you can legally own one, but you can have a FOID card. So I would say.
Should we do a hand vote?
Yeah.
Is there more discussion? It's one of the more interesting issues.
It sure is, yeah.
I'm just trying to, sorry. This is the one I thought the most about as I deliberated to try to evaluate, how far is the absence of having a voice on the topic a better stand, or is that an anti-stand?
Right.
Is kind of part of where my head went. And there's an item later that talks about people need to also get dental exams for their kids. I thought, well, that's going into someone's home.
True.
In a way. That's the right analogy.
But I think though, like, it's very far, like, this happens, what's going to be the next proposal? What's going to be that?
I think my view is always you wait for
I'm
the
only
next
looking at,
proposal.
like what's here,
Yeah. None of us really know what type of lobbying forces went into getting the law to state that it was age 14. But for me, and being part of a high school district and, interested in the whole K through 12 environment, to have a voice in saying, let's extend this, it's important to extend this age 18, is the overriding thing, even though I do agree that it's not directly the school board, but I would still rather have that voice of reason to say, these are still kids, there still needs to be protection, they're at age 14 in one day, what does that mean?
Right.
So that's my view.
Okay. The recommendation is do not adopt. Could I see a show of hands of who would support do not adopt? I've got 2. And those who would support do adopt? 5. Okay. Thank you. Number 16, school code review. IASB shall lobby the ISB to complete an in-depth review of the school code, as defined capital S, capital C, and make recommendations for systemic education change to the General Assembly. Task force to be representative of student demographics and needs, race, socioeconomic status, special education, ELL, with goal to provide recommendations to change sections of the code that disproportionately harm students of protected classes while unfairly benefiting advantaged students. The IASB recommendation is do not adopt. Some of the concern was that the resolution was not focused enough to be achievable. They need a more narrow focus, and the committee was not in favor.
I would be supportive of it because I'd rather, even though I'm all about equity, and all of this here, I would like to see them come back and reframe it so that it would be more obtainable, rather than just, I feel like it's a shot in the dark. It have specific goals. I mean, some of these, like the gun storage one was like a whole page. This is so brief and it's so encompassing.
And it's champagne again. I'm just kidding.
I have to say, like, kudos to them. I mean,
There's a few of these districts that were pretty active.
they're very like involved.
Next year, LT 204 is going to be all over this.
Oh my gosh. Next year it's us. We are all over this. We will find this. We have Dr. Rowe. Let's have that be in our strategic plan, that we will submit something.
Okay, so where are we with this one?
Brian's like, no way.
I had a question mark on this one. I mean, it is vague. I personally didn't spend a lot of time with the school code, but I did locate it on the internet, and there are various sections of policy and kind of guidelines, and I think a recommendation that would be more specific, if it's so specific, then they've done the work that they're recommending, which is identifying certain sections. Perhaps it could be more specific to certain subsections, but I think they're just asking for a review to be done to make sure there's an equity lens on it. And I took it as that, and I would disagree with their recommendation to not support it. I think it could get some momentum and probably have some positive outcomes.
But I think when you look at it with an equity lens, what we just learned tonight, there's like different ways to have that. So maybe have some breakdown of that. What are you looking at when you look at it with an equity lens? Is kind of what I was thinking.
But then would this be voting on like kicking it off? You know what I mean? Like, because to your point, yeah, there has to be really details into what that looks like.
What you're going to look at, how you're going to look at it, what are you going to change? I can imagine someone's going to come back with it, but I think it's a good thing, but to make a change.
And it's tough because some of these have history, right? Like they show up time and time again, but we don't all have that.
Right.
Julie's going to have it when she comes back.
No, but this is one, that
like, I'd be curious to know, like, does this continue to come up and they keep pushing it down the road, or nobody wants to expand
the can
it, or
sense of maybe where they all stand based on the recommendations across a wide variety of issues too. So I don't know. I would be worried if I'm going to just make some of those assumptions. I would be worried that they're like, well, nobody wanted to do it, so we're good.
Right, I know. They clearly need an audit, but there maybe needs to be a different process for how that's done. I mean, we get press policy updates all the time from an outside service, so why wouldn't it be something that they would do for them as well? Yeah, this is tough.
So to play devil's advocate, to your point, Jill, if you said, well, it'll come back, maybe it'll come back more focused. What if it never comes back?
Jill's already taking it on.
Okay.
We're going to take it back. That could be the first one we put our name on.
I like this. Have you ever done this? Have you ever been on a board that submitted this?
Oh, this is the first time, I mean.
It's going to be fun when we submit something next year.
You've got next year's delegate volunteer.
I recommend do adopt.
So this is new.
But I think that we, but I would.
Okay, here's the vote. Let's, it's 10:30. We're getting there. The recommendation is do not adopt. Who would agree with do not adopt? Please show your hand.
Recommendation is do not. I'm all confused now.
I know,
where
I'm
we
sorry.
are. This one
So
was.
the recommendation is do not adopt this somewhat
I would
vague.
go with do not adopt on this one.
You want to see more, don't you?
Dawn and I are working on it next year.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I mean, and you might be, even if we vote this way, it could pass, so.
Just to have it be.
And who would
And it's
vote?
not even to pass, it's just
Who would
giving
vote
them.
do adopt?
It's just giving them credence to put
I
some
was going to
energy
say to do
to it.
adopt, but
Okay,
but
that's-
I appreciate this input here and this discussion.
You have any abstention?
Michael, really?
Okay, so I'm going to vote against the recommendation because I saw 4 hands for do adopt.
Okay.
Okay. But it will come back to Jill next year. She's going to write it.
I will do it. I will tell you that I think this will be fascinating.
Okay, number 17.
Fun.
Are we finally into, okay, so those were all the new resolutions. There are subcategories continuing, and I'm going to guess that these are less interesting for discussion, but I don't want to persuade the group. There's one, number 17, amend existing resolution. This is a constitutional amendment on school funding. So it adds language to a position statement regarding funding of public education to include, quote, that equitably serves students and provides an equitable education to all students within the state of Illinois without regard to their race, social or economic status, gender expression, sexual orientation, nationality, immigration status, disability, or zip code. Recommendation, do adopt. Any discussion? None.
That seemed much more defined, I'm just going to say.
Then there are 4 reaffirmation of existing positions. Position statement 1.16, charter schools. A lot of these relate to charter schools, renewal of charters. IASB shall urge adoption of legislation that allows for participation of the host school district in the charter school renewal process for state-authorized charter schools. Recommendation, do adopt.
Sure.
Good? Then we've got position statement 1.17, I'm on number 19.
Yep.
Charter schools at-risk students, IASB shall urge adoption of legislation that defines the special expectations of state-authorized charter schools to educate at-risk students, must report to public. Do adopt. Any discussion? No. Number 20, position statement 2.25, state-authorized charter school funding. The IASB shall urge adoption of legislation which would create a new methodology for the funding of state-authorized charter schools, which would not have a negative financial impact on the host district, particularly in the spirit of evidence-based funding. Recommendation, do adopt.
Do adopt.
Concerns? No concerns. Number 21, statement 2.04, funding special education programs. The IASD shall urge the Congress of the United States to adequately fund Public Law 94-142, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Recommendation, do adopt.
Do adopt.
Good?
Yep.
Now we've got a new belief statement, number 22, which is prepare all students to succeed. IASB believes that school districts should prepare all students to succeed and cultivate learning. Consider adopting a policy encouraging students to complete assignments within a reasonable time frame, even if it's after the due date. Develop guidelines on how to grade a student's late assignment. Recommendation, do adopt. Any discussion or concern? We'll go with it, do adopt. And finally, an amended belief statement, which is IASB believes the overall physical and mental, emphasis on those words, health of our students is of prime importance. And another revision, It talks about regular and ongoing comprehensive vision, and then it adds dental and physical examinations for their children. Recommendation to adopt. You love it? We're done?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you for the input.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you for everybody for reading everything and being prepared and doing all that good stuff and great conversation. Yes, and with that, it is formally 10:36. We will formally adjourn if everyone's in agreement.
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Member
Who do we say?
Albert moves.
And Member Swinehart, second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you all. Thank you for a very long evening.